What is going on, everybody? How are we doing this evening? You guys are the best. Let's talk a little bit of draft as well as some Chicago Bears film from the middle of the season, because for those of you who haven't heard, and I'm sure I'll be explaining this a couple times while we're here, the NFL, I don't know if it's the NFL per se, I guess it's college football, has put out a bit of a let's call it a cease and desist on college film. Not that we didn't already know that here, because every time we show college film, we get blocked pretty quick, and we've had even worse cases in the past where the stream got flat pulled down. John, how you doing? But it seems like these days, I know there are a couple other creators that have dealt with this, and I imagine our numbers just aren't in the place where we've felt it yet, but channels are getting copy strikes. And for those of you who don't know what a copyright strike is, like a strike, there's a difference between a creator basically saying, hey, you've got film, or you've got our stuff, in this case it would be like an NFL broadcast or something like that, in your video, but we're going to let you keep going with it. Like, we're going to let you post that video, and that's fine. We'll just take all the money you make from it. And that I'm normally cool with. Like, that's fine. You can take all the money. Doesn't matter. I do it for you guys. But the copy strikes, you get 3 of them, and then your channel gets banned. And obviously we put a lot into this channel. We don't want to restart if we don't have to. So I probably just got to avoid the film for now, which stinks. I mean, there's a lot of prospects that I'm apparently allowed to post on Twitter, but we're not really allowed to put it on YouTube, which is bizarre. And so we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know how they expect us to do draft breakdowns of some kind if maybe they don't. Like, maybe even post draft, there's gonna be we'll test some boundaries. That's what we normally do. We're rebellious here. We what is it? We're gonna push the envelope if we can, but we'll figure something out. For now, one thing that I've had a lot of fun with that I would love to bring you guys along for is, as we talk out draft content, I think one of the other fun things to do is to go back and re-watch some of the fun games that the Bears had with fresh eyes. Recently, I know just a little bit ago, I got caught up watching the Bears game against Miami at some point. If you guys don't mind, I'd love to walk through that, because I think that there's some really cool stuff that'll happen come draft time. I know I'm powering down more evals on evals on evals just to try to get prepped for my trip to New York next week. And in the meantime, there are a lot of players that I'm finding that are really, really interesting. Players that I took a decent look at, like a sideways look at, but now that I'm getting a little bit more time, I can start to really dig into a little bit deeper, like, what do these prospect rooms look like? And for instance, John, a player that we've talked about a lot just in the comments that I wanted to start with, because I think it's really interesting. It's not that I think Dalton Kincaid is bad. I think Dalton Kincaid is really, really good, has a truly special feel for catching the football. He's one of the only tight ends that you'll find that makes catching the football look flat out easy, and he's natural when it comes to finding zones. He's natural in the way that he moves, especially within zone coverage, finding seams within the defense, catching them, turning his hips upfield, and showing a little bit of juice as a yak receiver. But the more I watch Dalton Kincaid, the more I see that he's a 240-pound blocker that can't take on a defensive end. He can't take on a linebacker particularly successfully. He's a solid arc blocker. That's useful. But I start to see a guy that, if by my own estimation, I think is a bit more of a West Coast scheme fit specific tight end than we might realize. Look, not every tight end is going to be Dallas Goedert, or you say Jimmy Graham tumultuous, but Jimmy Graham was a physical dominator. Jimmy Graham was imposing. The word that I would use, or I guess the comparison would be Zach Ertz. And you got to remember, what round did Zach Ertz get drafted in? It wasn't the first. It wasn't even the second. And so that's where things get tough, John, because is Kincaid's feel for the passing game worth a first-round pick? The beauty's in the eye of the beholder. I mean, truly, John, that's where things get weird, right? Could you make him work in a Shanahan-style offense? Probably. I mean, if you were able to just sign him for instance, and he could just be on the offense, absolutely. Kincaid rules. The problem is that it won't surprise me if draft hype and the fact that you can very clearly see. I mean, John, there's no projection necessary, right? You can tell based on his tape. You search Dalton Kincaid right now. Watch Utah's offense against just about anybody, but especially watch that game against USC. And you'll see Kincaid settling in all kinds of zones, making quarterback's best friend plays the whole time, like throughout the entire game. And so it's super fun watching him operate, but as he blossoms into this top 25 pick, guys, think about the player that you have to pass on, basically, to take Kincaid. So the question becomes, is Dalton Kincaid better than Jordan Addison? Is Dalton Kincaid better than Kalijah Kancey? Is Dalton Kincaid better than Jackson Smith-Jigba? Is Dalton Kincaid better than Broderick Jones? I literally, as a Bears fan, every single time I have to remind myself, okay, hang on, it's B-R-O. Broderick Jones. Is Dalton Kincaid better than Darnell Wright? Is Dalton Kincaid better than, let me think, who's another decent example? Like Miles Murphy, right? Nolan Smith, depending on who values him where. There are all kinds of these players that I could name that are in that like cloud of 12th-ish down to 26th-ish, and eventually you're going to get somebody that Dalton Kincaid is better than. Honestly, you are, because Dalton Kincaid is a really good player. The problem is, John, like, can you get darn close to Dalton Kincaid with somebody like, he wouldn't be exactly the same, but like, could you get somebody like, or a tight end that provides you similar value to Dalton Kincaid out of like a Tucker Kraft, who's not my number one? I know he's Jordan's. That's great. I always struggle when it comes to really small school projects. We're talking about like a guy from South Dakota State, right? And I'll tell you that maybe it's the fact, maybe I have something against small school guys, but when I watch Cody Mock, I can see an elite mover. It doesn't matter that he played at North Dakota State University. That's a clear NFL player, if you ask me. But Tucker Kraft, I see the athleticism, but I think that if you like that athletic do-it-all tight end, that you can do, you can find other tight ends. Laporta, John, is a great example for the U tight end that would fit this offense. Another couple of tight ends that I can think of, Zach Kuntz. Okay, so John, Zach Kuntz is a little on the frustrating side because he is functionally everything but the attitude. I mean, you loved Mike Gesicki. Zach Kuntz looks to me like his top out would be the next Mike Gesicki. Case, how you doing? What's going on? And that's because like Zach Kuntz, outrageously explosive. I mean, I think he's one of the most athletic tight ends we've ever seen at the Combine. You turn on his film at Old Dominion, he looks every bit that athletic. I mean, him exploding up the seam, running corner routes, running out routes, running all kinds of routes at the second and third level. He is fast. I mean, fast. But Zach Kuntz he does not want to block. He can block. That's even more frustrating. Like, on a sift, for instance, Zach Kuntz is hilarious because, let me get to yeah, you may be thinking of Old Dominion. This is Kuntz. So let's say that this is the tight end. It's not. Is that Cole? No, that's Cole. Let's get to a different formation just so we can kind of show this off. Because again, for those joining us, we can't use College All-22. They're issuing copyright strikes, and I'm not about to dance with that mess, basically. But that's the thing, John. I mean, maybe he just didn't trust himself. That's possible. I mean, truly, you take a look at like Zach Kuntz's athletic ability and you would mutter to yourself, maybe I can teach him to have the attitude. Because let's say, again, this is Kuntz, right? Pretend. It's obviously Cole Kmet. But on sift assignments where he would come across the formation or something like that, Kuntz will, like, he'll get to his spot, he'll chop his feet, and then he'll lower his shoulder, and basically, not literally, metaphorically speaking, it is as if you see him closing his eyes and trying not to get hit. And this guy's got the size and the athletic ability to put his hands out and pancake some of these people. I mean, that's the bizarre part, right? I will not say the like, I think somewhat archaic sounding phrase that I think a lot of you guys will know that involves Disney's Tarzan, but Zach Kuntz has the body of a chiseled warrior at tight end and the mentality of somebody that is 4 inches shorter and 30 pounds lighter. And I think maybe he can fix that. I think messing with mentality is a little strange. I'll tell you the inverse of this. Heads, let's talk about tails. Michigan's Luke Schoonmaker really surprised me. Really surprised me. Now, you got to remember, I love me a blocking tight end. I can't believe this. Like, I would have expected myself to love the receivers, but every time I look at a receiver, I see a tight end, and unfortunately, I've watched enough of these in Chicago, that can deliver kind of as a receiver, but they're not. Look, can we call a spade? There are a lot of tight ends, the unicorns, that are flat-out game changers. Everybody else, they're still not as good a receiver as the receiver is, right? Like, if I wanted to get excited about a receiver, I'll get excited about JSN. I'll get excited about Jaden Reed. I'll get excited about Jordan Addison, if he falls far enough. Quentin Johnston. All these guys are electric receivers, and they may very well get matched up against safeties too. Like, it's not impossible. And it's not as if every single tight end is always a matchup nightmare, because athletes at the NFL level are crazy, right? What I have loved watching when it comes to these tight end classes is the guys that can block. I have no questions. Ron, how you doing? No questions about their blocking ability, but they're athletic too and might develop as a receiver. I'm convinced this is how George Kittle became George Kittle, because for those of you who don't know, George Kittle stats. George Kittle's final season. Oh, I got to do college stats. That makes sense. When we take a look at George Kittle's college stats, what's going on here? Images? Why are we going images? Huh. This is bizarre. Google. What's up? Let's see. I think I found a way to screw Google up. I don't know what to tell you. Where are the links? Google? Do we got to go to Bing? That'll do, I guess. Nope. Let's see. We're just trying to get something basic here. That'll do. Look, this is all I wanted to show you. Can't believe how much work that took. How you doing, Case? But so, like, within this, I wanted to point out that George Kittle was a blocking tight end at Iowa that didn't have, he just barely had 600 yards of production between his final 2 years in school. So it's not as if every receiving tight end, John, has to be a receiver at the college level. What I want to see is the ability to become a receiver in, like, within college level. And Mondo, it's not about no respect for a guy like Davis Allen. When I look at Davis Allen, I don't see a player that I'm outstandingly impressed with. He may very well become a player at that level, but I don't see a player, and didn't at the Senior Bowl, that particularly stood out. And some of the guys that did manage to stand out are not everybody's favorite guys. So I don't know. I understand that there are a lot of people that are like, wow, the Senior Bowl, you can't take that stuff too seriously. And you're right. Tape rules. Tape is way more important than just running vanilla packages at the Senior Bowl and basically dominating through, let's call it, football intangibles, right? And the ability to pick things up quickly. That said, I'll tell you, it leaves an impression on you when you do get to watch some of these football players play live. That's the one piece of the Senior Bowl that I think is a little bit different than I don't know, watching it on TV or reading about it afterwards. When you do get to go and you do get to watch some of these guys, I think it leaves an impression. I mean, you get to see the way they match up and how they're going to be affected by other guys that are going to get drafted. It's neat. And within that, I can tell you that somebody like Davis Allen, I wanted him to pop more. Josh Whyle, too. I managed to completely ignore Josh Whyle because he didn't do anything particularly important, whereas the other tight ends on the other side were dicing up defenses left and right. But that's not the point. John, I completely get where you're coming from. Looking at things between Kmet as we're using Kmet as a U, he's not a U. If we lose a little blocking, you'd take that over Kmet being the U. For me, the problem, John, is that I guess I'm becoming that person that thinks that every tight end needs to be able to block. Like, maybe I'm thinking like the worst kind of coach. It's possible. But part of me thinks that the whole value of having a tight end, let alone two tight ends on the field, is that you're thinking you can pick up gaps in the run game, right? And so if you put, let me use an example. If you put Michael Mayer, who you drafted for some reason at like the 21st pick or higher, and you put him out on the football field, let's say you put him right here, right? Reasonably, you're putting him out there because you think that he can get you an extra gap out here or an extra gap between him and the tackle. And if you're already chalking him versus the edge rusher up as a flat out L instead of at least a push, then to me, you're looking at a big receiver. This is Jimmy Graham. This is Trey Burton. Right? Guys that you would use as an arc blocker. Let's talk about Trey more than old Jimmy Graham, because I think, he was just at the end of his career. But when Trey Burton was at his best, he still wasn't going to take a defensive end out of the lane. He was going to come across and sift. He was going to arc block, as it's called, where, say, they pitch it out to they pitch it out here where maybe David Montgomery, it looks like, is going to run out here and he's going to block for you. And then you're going to have, in this case, it would have been Trey Burton blocking for you. At least Jordan, he didn't stand out at the Senior Bowl. I'm going through a lot of these tight ends one more time, but the 10 snaps I was able to watch while I was managing the studio that my wife and I run, he immediately got blown up twice in the run game, which I was like, great. But so maybe I'm handling U's wrong. I'm not trying to make everybody a Y tight end, for crying out loud, but at least at your weight class, I want you to be able to hit on weight blocks and show that you can separate from a second level defender for me. And within that, I'll tell you that an F, like a flanker, like a slot, just to be clear. Am I missing something? I've only heard of Y and U tight ends. I believe you that there's an F tight end. I just can't remember what it is. But so let's see, John, how would I grade Tanyan as a blocker compared to Kincaid and Kuntz? I need to take a look. A lot of it's how they're used, right? I'll tell you, John, the most frustrating part to me about Kmet is that clearly Cole Kmet inspires the confidence to try to use him in Y tight end blocking assignments, and he's not consistent enough when he goes about winning those. Does that make sense, John? To me, there's little scarier than, a fullback. I get what you're saying. Gotcha. I'll take a look at him through that lens. That makes sense. I thought you were, because as long as we're talking tight end, I have to evaluate whether they can, again, hit blocks. Prabat. One player that I know I'll point out because I finally got to watching him. I thought Schoonmaker looked like an exceptional blocker for his size and speed. The main thing I saw within Luke Schoonmaker, which go take a look at my Twitter. You can find the little video I put together. Apparently those are kosher. So, sure. What you'll see is not only does he block well for his size, but he moves well to get to tough to reach blocking points. That's something that I don't think Cole Kmet does particularly well. I don't think Cole Kmet is super fast within in general, but Schoonmaker will zoom to where he needs to be, then he'll hit his mark with force, and he's got a little bit of receiving ability. It's not a ton. Look, I feel like Schoonmaker moves at almost twice the speed in the blocking game than he does in the receiving game, which maybe you think that that's lack of confidence. I think that that's a viable plane of thought, but all we got is the tape to judge, or like all we have is the tape that we have to judge. So I don't know, but I'll tell you one thing that I did see that I thought was really interesting is that Schoonmaker played quarterback in high school. That's not unusual. That's a very normal thing for all kinds of guys that were huge in high school. Then they get to college and they're not that good at quarterback, so they get moved to tight end, right? But what it means is that Schoonmaker, because normally when you're a blocking tight end, you're flat out not very good as a receiver. With Schoonmaker, he understands where he's trying to be in zone. John, this may excite you, but he is the kind of guy that I would look at and I would say he's one of the tight ends that I would rank closest to that, like one of, as in if we're going to name 5, he's in this category of tight ends that if you asked them to go settle in the zone and you gave them very little direction, like you said, we need you to run a spot, like the route you gave them is you're going to run a spot route right here. There are a lot of tight ends that would run this route very literally. And if there's a linebacker standing, here's the route again, right here, LB, and let's say there's another linebacker, LB, right here, they would still run it. They would curl right there. They would be covered. This happens all the time. What I know you love about Kincaid is that he will veer and curl here. And then you'll see his quarterback, Rising, I think is his name, throw the ball, hit him between the linebackers, and he'll turn it and either already be being hit or he'll turn upfield and potentially get to like here. Maybe he dodges one of them. Kincaid's got some special abilities after the catch. He really does. Schoonmaker, to his credit, does a really good job of positioning where he needs to be. So I've seen him take a route that should have been, again, I mean, if we're going to speak literally, I've seen Schoonmaker take a route that was supposed to be right here, but a linebacker dipped from here to there. So then he just scooted a couple yards over here into the passing lane, and Michigan's quarterback, who's chaotic, was able to hit him for a first down. Simple stuff. Like, I would tell you about Schoonmaker's amazing abilities on big corners, but that's more of a Kuntz game. That's more of a Tucker Kraft. That's more of a Sam Laporta. There's a lot of quarterbacks or tight ends that can run some absolutely dirty routes up the seam. And Schoonmaker's got some ability up the seam. Like, he's quick. His big problem is, so let's put our friendly neighborhood linebacker right here. One thing you've probably seen a bunch is linebackers and tight ends, when they get to roughly here, will make contact. They will hit each other, right? And so the linebacker will jam because this is legal, like if they're holding their ground. And then the tight end will usually try to go around them. Schoonmaker is really affected by contact. I don't know if receiving's new to him. He might just not be comfortable like with contact in the open field. That's a spot that I would look at where I'd say he either needs to improve or you need to just not expect much of him. But he's surprisingly quick on things like interior digs and can separate after that contact point, because that contact point's pretty ugly. And I'll tell you, you get my attention when you can run a, let's see, it's a 4.63 40-yard dash at like 251 when you've got a 95th percentile broad jump and you've got a 72nd percentile shuttle. Look, I get that they're testing numbers, but I can see a lot of this. Like on yo-yo motions, on the different points where I would expect him to need to corner to get in and out of a break, I see a guy that can, even if he doesn't always. And so I look at that and I think to myself, hey, if you're gonna push 2 years of development effort into a player, I know he comes to town. Like Jordan, to use his point, I know Schoonmaker comes to town ready to block, which is valuable because it means that within a year, maybe 2, we can already get him on the field. We can put him on the field, and we can expect him to contribute to the team, even if it's in a somewhat boring role. And then, as he develops, maybe we find a little more than that. And that'd be neat, because especially in his case, I'll tell you, I am spelunking when it comes to tight ends. Because as much as Jordan, we could talk about how I think Laporta is flat out underrated compared to the first rounders that I just don't think are that far away from him. Like, I think Tucker Kraft is in that category. I said this earlier, Jordan, but the fact that all I get is tape of guys that, like, some of these offensive linemen basically shouldn't be playing offensive line. Like, we're talking such small school tape that the level of competition gets awfully hard to watch against. Because I'll tell you what, man, like, Jordan, I was watching Kincaid. When Kincaid played Florida, suddenly his blocking ability took a massive dive. Like, if there is a game that I would say is a stark reminder of the difference between the Pac-12 and the SEC. Everybody, you can go watch Dalton Kincaid try to take on blocks against Florida where he's got DBs, let alone the edge defender, which you kind of expected, right? But he's got DBs that are getting into his chest and quite literally putting him on his butt. Like, that's not to say Kincaid flat sucks. He's 240. Like, you can't put him in that position, is the argument that I would make as an offensive coordinator, right? But the SEC is a different beast, and then the NFL is a different beast than the SEC. There's a learning curve. I mean, when Florida's the first game of the season and they come out absolutely firing from an athletic level, and they maybe catch Kincaid before he's quite ready, you know? Within that, it's like, goodness. I mean, I don't know. It's just my one hang up with a guy like Kraft, Jordan. Truly, because I see the movement skills. I see the ability to do it all. How you doing, Marshall? I see what Kraft can give you. I just always wonder how those smaller school guys are going to translate when I can't trust the line. Let me put it this way, Jordan. To really get a sense for how well a tight end beats man coverage, I have to trust the defender across from them. That's the best way I could put this. Where with Kincaid, in many cases, I don't trust the Pac-12 defenders that he goes up against. And I don't trust the Pac-12 run blockers that he's taking on. And I certainly don't really trust the low-level SDSU players that Tucker Kraft has to go against. But you can see the movement ability. You could see the athletic ability. You could see somebody that's a much better mental tight end than I think a lot of, or that some of these other guys we've talked about are. And I just sit here and I think if the Bears took the best tight end that fell to them in the third or fourth round, I think they're going to get a good player. That's the simplicity of it, right? Let's put it this way. Somebody earlier that I was talking to about this compared tight ends to running backs. So basically in the argument of, okay, you can get TE1 in the first round. And then down in, say, the fourth round, you can get, let's pretend that actually quite a few tight ends get picked. You can get TE7, right? What's the gap between these two? Because if we went through and we said in the first round, let's pick a different position, one that's going to be helpful for this. I can think of one. Corner. So in corner, like you can get CB 2, 3. We're going to make that 3, where you can get TE1. So that's like the mid first, right? And then in the fourth, down here, you're probably looking at getting, what do we think? Like CB 15 or something like that. But ride with me. What's the gap between these two, right? How much player do you lose going from the third best corner? In this case, if you ask me, that's Joey Porter Jr., who frankly guns for second best. But if you can get Joey Porter Jr. in that mid first, you're talking about a coverage savant. You're talking about an ace coverage guy that's going to be your CB1, you sure hope, for an awfully long time. I don't really think he's a run force defender. That's fine. Not every corner is. But you're able to slot him into literally any defense possible. Mango. I will get to this because I love that. Let's talk about it. But so you get Joey Porter Jr. in the mid first, and then you go down to the fourth round. You don't even get Darius Rush anymore. Like you're looking at Caillou Blue Kelly. You're looking at a couple of these other corners. I don't know, Mekhi Becton. Like, it's not to say that these guys have nothing to offer you. It's just the fall off is really heavy. Whereas then you go over to tight end, and if you lose out on your favorite tight end in the class, maybe it's Colton Kincaid, maybe it's Michael Mayer. They basically play different positions within tight end. And then you fall all the way down to tight end 7, whoever that is. Like, let's say it's Schoonmaker. Let's say it's Zach Kuntz. Let's say, Jordan, let's say I'm not the only one with question marks. And so, Evan, thank you so much. That is so kind of you. I appreciate that. I mean, that really, really helps me. But so, you go all the way down to tight end 7, and let's say it's Tucker, like, maybe it's Tucker Kraft, Jordan. Maybe it's, I could think of more. Like, maybe it's Will Mallory, maybe it's Payne Durham, maybe it's Cameron Latu, who I think is a stud, and a lot of people aren't talking about, and he is crazy, crazy smooth in the way he runs his routes. Like, when you watch Alabama's Cameron Latu, you will see a player that is, like, delightfully familiar, if boring. I mean, we are talking one of the smoothest route runners. Like, you, John, you may appreciate watching him, because while he doesn't quite have that nose for zone, at least it's hard to tell, he is so smooth when he runs his routes. He loses no speed going in and out of his breaks. He loses no speed at all in, like, quick little flip turns, and he's surprisingly effective for his size as a blocker, which makes me smile. What's the drop off from Mayer to tight end 7? Look, I get it. Like, first rounders could very easily be TJ Hawkinson. Like, first round tight ends could easily be a very productive player, but you take a look at the unicorns, they aren't first rounders. Like, the unicorn tight ends that we're seeing, Kyle Pitts got picked at 4th. Is that good value? Like, do we think that's good value? Like, I get it. Arthur Smith and the coach the game before him, nobody's using him right. I hear you. But that's part of the problem here. Like, okay, this is something that doesn't get talked about quite enough. A lot of these college players are going to go from a college system where they are the best player on their team. Their coach knows it too. And they're heading into their junior or senior year. Perfect example of this is a little receiver by the name of Josh Downs. Little being metaphorical. He hates being called small, even though he is kind of small. He's not Tank Dell. Not the point. We're getting distracted. But so Josh Downs played in a UNC offense this last year. That's University of North Carolina, that featured him. I mean, you're not going to get an offense better for Josh Downs. He is so beautifully focused, and the offense is so wonderfully set up to feature everything he does well, and allows him to attack defenses with all kinds of option routes, speed turn routes, and all kinds of routes that are so cool, and the NFL is not going to give him. I mean, Jordan, I can almost guarantee you that whatever happens with Josh Downs, I imagine that somebody like you who loves him justifiably is going to end up coming back and saying, well, Washington is using him wrong. That's the problem. You need to use him like they use him at UNC. And the issue is the NFL won't really do that. Like, unless you're DJ Moore, and even then, they'll only give you, so to speak, like a certain percentage of the playbook. Like 30% of the plays will really be called for DJ Moore, right? There's too many pieces in the NFL. And unless you're the guy, you're a guy. And if you're a guy, you have to fit into the playbook. Can you see why when I think about tight ends, I think about blocking, therefore? Because when I think about a lot of these guys having to fit into the playbook, you have to be able to hold your own as a blocker at an NFL level. And if you can do that, then your receiving matters. There are a lot of people that want receiving tight ends that can't really block. I mean, I'm not trying to point the finger because Arizona was a flat out mess. But the last tight end that I watched that I went, holy smokes, this guy can catch the football, was Trey McBride in Arizona. He ended up with not 300 receiving yards last year. It's not to say he did terrible. I don't even really know the context. I can't pretend that I follow Arizona that faithfully. But it gets complicated when you look at some of these positions, because when George Kittle was a 5th rounder, and Zach Ertz was a 3rd rounder, and Dallas Goedert was a 2nd rounder, and Mark Andrews was a 2nd rounder, and Kyle Rudolph was a 2nd rounder before he fizzled, and I don't know, 1st rounders are more like Evan Ingram and Kyle Pitts and David Njoku, and I can think of more, TJ Hawkinson. Like, I totally get it. I totally get it that these players, the 1st rounders, are worth being excited about. But I am becoming one of these crazy people that thinks that, especially in this class, where I think that there's a lot of tight ends that are going to end up very, very good football players that come out of this class. If you can take your tight end at like the high point of the deep middle rounds, BRB, I need to make a work call. Khalid, how you doing? Perfect. All right. I'll remain on call to hear back from some of that. That's okay. Let me get to the... Ooh, hang on. Let's see. Okay, so I totally get what you're saying, Rob. I just think the tight end value is an all-time buyer market advantage. Someone or somehow remarked, "How can someone see Darnell Washington as a round 2 guy because he's cheaper?" Okay, what do you mean by cheaper? Cheaper than any offensive line selection, and then any wide receiver is a weapon in both now, who is shrouded thanks to Brock Bowers, and is a peak athlete worth taking a shot because the investment is relatively low. Speaking, yes. If we're talking Darnell Washington, if it's not clear, okay, so. Back to the tight end conversation. If I'm talking about blockers, there isn't a better one than Darnell Washington. To me, Darnell Washington is the ultimate thrill at tight end, because you're getting a long, huge, mega, ultra athlete. Worst case scenario, he is Mercedes Lewis, right? Which is very, 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 very good blocking tight end for Green Bay. Best case scenario, you unlock the potential of somebody who's been covered up by one of the best receiving tight ends in college football, which I look at, to me, John, and I think to myself, like, okay, how high is the bar? Like, at what point could you take Darnell Washington, and if he's literally just a 6th offensive line or 75% of an offensive lineman, what could you do with that? And how much receiving would he really have to offer you to be worth it? And I sit here and think, if he gets to 61, I mean, that is easy breezy. And I really only say that because 53 is a pretty critical pick for the Bears. I mean, they have to. They're going to take either offensive line or defensive line, and then they more or less need to take the best available other one when they get to the next pick of the draft. But like you're saying, Prabhat, there's a couple ways you can do this. And I get you, John. What I will tell you, if it sets you at ease, is I don't think the Bears, this might be what you needed to hear, John. In a West Coast offense, a lot of people need to, or like a lot of people use two tight ends more often than you'd think. Look at what the Eagles did. They'll switch to 12, they'll run a Y tight end and a U tight end. The Bears, within Shanahan personnel, I'm surprised at how often they run 11, but I'm here for it. So you end up with one tight end. It's why you get a guy like a George Kittle, who is technically both, though he's in that unicorn category, and I know you can't plan for that. So I sit here and I think to myself, if you're going to run a tight end that is mostly a blocker, because you're doing a lot of running the ball, but he's also an outlet in most cases, I look at a guy like, we've named a bunch of them, but that's where the Latus, the Schoonmakers, even the Washingtons fit, in my opinion, because if you're going to have one tight end and they're a blocker, all they need to be is an athlete on a dump off, like the tight end screens that the Bears used to run all the time. Probably still will. Yes, you're still going to get a second tight end on the field fairly often. Like we saw an awful lot of Ryan Griffin, if memory serves. But it's not quite the same as like the old school U and Y, like the delineation, right? But gotta love it, right, Foster? But so let's see. Ooh, that's interesting. I think, John, a lot of that came down to they had Gesicki. So when they were going to go, when they were going to go with brain fart, when they want three receivers on the field, John, they could go Gesicki plus Waddle plus Hill, and they've got three receivers plus a tight end. But it's going to go down the books as 12 personnel, as it obviously should, because you got two tight ends in the field. But if you've got, let's say, one tight end split out, the other one nubbed up on the line, it's still 12. So there's a piece of data like Miami that I would argue is a little bit more misleading, just a little bit. That could be it, John. But because again, like if you've got him here and then you've got another tight end right here, that's 12. And obviously, like if you shift him out, that's still 12. But it all depends on your personnel. And in that case, Mike Gesicki creates some, I don't want to call it anything other than weirdness in how you're going to deploy your personnel, because Gesicki's a bit of a rule breaker. You don't want him out there to exclusively block for you. You don't even really want to feign that. So a lot of times you might bring a second tight end out there to try to mitigate that, show a little bit of run threat. Like in theory, you could have Gesicki on the backside to where you could threaten the big slant. You could threaten the big like corner. You could threaten all kinds of things with him here and another tight end over here, so that with the running back literally right here outside like this formation, so that you could threaten the running back doing some kind of a stretch run with this tight end coming out and blocking for him, with on the backside some kind of RPO action with Gesicki, which sometimes you do that with a smaller receiver, but especially if you've got big scary Mr. LB over the middle, and frankly even this spot works just as well. You've got a bigger guy that you think can catch the ball, take a hit. Perfect. Mango, you mentioned earlier, thanks for the stream. I've seen some back and forth on this, so you thought I'd ask, do I see Thule sliding into the 3-tech role in the NFL, or is he strictly on the edge? And sorry to double dip, but any thoughts on Javon Dexter? You are more than fine to double dip, especially if you're paying me. Thank you for the support. But so within that, Tuilopo confuses me, because I think he's got some juice, but I see him as the kind of guy where at least the 2.5 games that I watched, I really wanted to see juice on the end or physicality to play inside. I felt like I got a pretty tweeny player. Now, I think that especially if you get him in the 50s or 60s, he's pretty solid value. That's the thing, Jordan. I'm in the same place where I don't catch it. Like, he's so in the middle. And the problem with being in the middle, so this is part of why, for what it's worth, Mango, this is part of why I prefer, like, I pick something that I want to see in my player. If you can't tell, with tight ends, it's blocking. So I want to see them do something. Or at receiver, I want to see them. It's not always the same thing. Like, I want to see Jaden Reed show me that he can separate, and that's what he does. I want to see Marvin Mims show me that he's fast. And oh my gosh, hot take, Marvin Mims plays faster than Jalen Hyatt. And Hyatt gets all the credit in the world for his speed. He utilizes it really well. Jalen Hyatt is silly fast. It's so funny because then there are some other players. I'll use a weird pull. But everybody's favorite small running back, because nobody gets more acclaim than a small running back, Deuce Vaughn, isn't that fast. The cool thing about him is that he tempos his speed really well. He will start slowish. He will sucker a blocker into a gap, and then he will just hit the gas and get all of what he can out of himself to catch the corner and pick up yards on the edge. I don't know if that'll work forever in the NFL, but massive credit to Deuce Vaughn for becoming the player that he has been at the collegiate level. I mean, seriously, like, more power to him. These guys are achieving his dreams. Deuce Vaughn may get drafted on account of it. But so, within that, I want to see that way that Thule wins. But it looks like Thule, it's funny you mentioned he doesn't have a calling card, Jordan. I think it's scarier than that. He does. It's a long arm. The problem is his long arm isn't Miles Murphy's long arm. His long arm isn't Keon White's long arm. His long arm isn't Keanu Benton's long arm. His power game isn't as powerful as, frankly, even Adetomiwa Adebaware when the guy's hitting his mark. You mentioned Gervon Dexter. Gervon Dexter, in a world where he could get off the snap relatively consistently, would probably quite literally go 20 picks higher. I mean, I think Gervon Dexter looks like a war machine. He just visually, I mean, he is a full second behind some plays, half a second on others. I mean, Gervon Dexter is the kind of player I don't want to say I don't know. I mean, it's bizarre because his engagement angles are completely off. Like, maybe he's hesitating on purpose because in some cases he'll catch the guard when the guard isn't looking at him, right? The guard will see him there, the guard will turn away, and then Gervon will hit him and basically take him off his heels. I mean, it is bizarre watching Gervon Dexter because he's got relatively short arms. There's just a bunch of things that, I don't know. It's like all the intangibles feel off, even though a lot of the tangibles look pretty good. I would personally, I'm kind of in your same boat, Jordan. I would, if we're talking the 75th or lower pick, yeah, I'm in on Gervon Dexter. But before then, I feel really weird about it because I think Gervon has a lot to like. His film is just like, Do we need to give him some caffeine pills? Like, does he need an extra cup of coffee? I mean, it's so poor. It's so bad, Jordan. I mean, like, it looks so bad. It looks on purpose. And John, I'm in the same boat. Like, the thing if there's one player that I got two at this point. Like, the two players that I look at, John, and I'm like, I don't know how realistic it is to get him, but if the Bears do get him, I won't complain, no matter the value. Ji'Ayer Gibbs, especially if the Bears pull off this bizarre trade that we keep hearing rumored with the Steelers, right? So if they go down to 17 and they upgrade to pick 32, and Ji'Ayer Gibbs falls to 32, which he might not, but he might. And like Ji'Ayer Gibbs falls to 32, and the Bears take that like extra pick that they just got. I don't know if it'd be extra. It might be an upgrade. So like they take 32, they draft Ji'Ayer Gibbs. I will put on Twitter that the Bears got, I think, the best weapon of the draft. if not the one of the best weapons in the draft, and added him to an offense that desperately is just calling for speed. It's just crying out for speed. And if you somehow added Broderick Jones or Darnell Wright or Anton Harrison at 17, and then you added Jahmyr Gibbs on top of that, oh my gosh, the offense gets a lot better. Like, that's the thing, Jordan. I would imagine, Jordan, that you're right up there, or like that you're looking for more of a bruiser. Like, not literally Deontay Foreman, because it's not the same kind of thing, but like a Charbonnet, right? Like a runner's runner. Jahmyr Gibbs is a home run hitter and a pass game savant, if you ask me. I mean, it doesn't get talked about enough how much weaponry he added to an Alabama offense that didn't have fangs. Like, within that, I look at it and I think to myself, oh my gosh, of all the players, let me see if I can find it, of all the players to pair a guy that Jordan is comping to Reggie Bush, like, let me see again, I need to find it. Which play is this? That's the Mooney one. Okay, that's a little further up. Like, this guy, right? So, first of all, hats off to the Bears trying empty set. I love that they tried this. And frankly, they proved how effective and why they need better offensive line play if they're going to continue to do it in plays like this, where I can't remember what Mooney's going to do, so I'm going to push him like out there. Claypool is going to run a deep dig. We're going to run boom. No, Jordan, I'm using it not because I don't like it, but because comping somebody to Reggie Bush is such high praise. It's not like I don't know if I can get there yet. It's more like, wow, I think you're a good draft analyst, and those are big words, right? So as soon as they're running empty, they're running a pattern that will work. Like, it does get guys open, but it doesn't really matter because after the initial chip, we're going to see, I think it's this edge defender just bait Cody Whitehair, and it's pretty sad. Right? Like, I know we all hate this, but like when you're watching Bears linemen, like let's take it slow motion. Up, loses the anchor, up, he's on his butt, and Justin Fields is being pursued. Can we all agree that's no fun, right? And so then you get like boom, 2 checkdowns right here. And we've got, let me see, what is Mooney doing? Oh no, it's just Mooney's running like a seam up the middle to create space for Claypool. And Equanimeous St. Brown, who's the first read on this play, can't separate. Chase Claypool does that thing that we've complained about on the channel before, where he separates, but he separates on his own timing, and the Bears' offensive line can't hold on a deeper release. It's a good passing concept for when the Bears are any better on offensive line. And again, like, I really want to focus on Claypool because I find this one interesting. Like, let's go slow motion. He goes up the seam. He's going to stop, like, instead of just planting his foot and breaking, which isn't always the answer, but he's going to shimmy step, drive into his defender, then push out. And if you just look at Claypool, yeah, that's great natural separation. It really is, right? The problem is it's a little too option-y for an offensive line this poor. Like, you would need, all right, so I can see a time code down here, so I'll count the time code. Let's see, 9:59:51. I want to know how long it takes from the snap for Claypool to actually separate. Like, 9:59:45. Boom. Let's say Justin Fields is going to throw there. 1:03:37. This takes almost 4 full seconds. So, like, to get to here, I'll go to 4 full seconds just so we can see it. Boom. This is 4 seconds into the route. That is way too long. Can we agree? Like, for an offensive pocket that should take a little, or like for an offensive, pocket that's expected to hold for 2.5 to maybe 3 seconds. Like, 3 seconds is pretty doggone good protection. This is the complaint of Claypool that I have. It's not a matter of athleticism. It's not a matter of catch radius. It's a matter of timing. Because especially within this offense, you've got to be able to separate on time. Oh, it is Pettis. Man, none of that mattered, did it? Thank you. Good point, Connor. I appreciate you. Because it's the Miami game, so I assumed it was because I saw this shade right here that absolutely looked like Claypool. Man, that's wild. But anyways, whoops. That's what I get for reviewing on time. But anyways, imagine Jahmyr Gibbs with the guy that can do this on this play. Avoids a rusher, blasts upfield, sidesteps one more tackler, and you'd better believe on third down, Justin Fields managed to convert a first down out of that. I mean, look at that, right? It's like, woo! This guy can flat play. In fact, I think it's a little bit of everything. These deeper designed routes are intended to help to basically help the receiver create leverage. Like the goal would be to have, in this case, let's pretend it's next year, right? Honestly, Prabhat, it does. It works out to describe Pettis anyways. But within this lineup, you're probably looking at Darnell. Now, you're probably looking at Chase Claypool based on today's receiver room. Darnell Mooney stays right where he is, and then DJ Moore is over here. We're not doing DM twice, right? But so, honestly, Jay Sanders, it's not Getsy's fault. Not really, in this case. This is a passing concept I really like. You can run it at a slightly shorter depth, but you got to remember that they're trying to get to the line to gain of like right here. There's an element, or there's a point at which you just got to point the finger at wide receiver personnel and offensive line. I mean, we can't get beat. In this case, it's a 1-on-2 and we lose. Like, it's a stunt, which is the same thing the Bears got beat with all last year. But as soon as they tried something, they get beat on a stunt. And frankly, it doesn't even turn into a stunt. Like, it's just an end that crashes down and then just throws Whitehair aside, which you can't really have. And I understand, AC Adam, you're saying Getsy had to have known this. What do you suggest? Like, the quicker developing routes that the wide receivers still can't separate with? The whole purpose of the longer developing route is to actually make things easier on the receivers, because you can just beat the guy with speed and then cut in, which I think, ideally, Claypool would be able to do a little bit easier, and then DJ Moore on this dig route would be deadly, because something he did really, really well in Carolina. All the space that Miami's willing to give you is something you want to take advantage of. Let's remember, sometimes you got to be willing to criticize your players, like especially on a snap where things don't work out. EQ should be separating here. Like, you're calling this route so that EQ can separate, because he's debatably the third best or second best receiver on your team. Like, let's see, Justin has a one-on-one with the receiver closest to the right side, throw the ball. Like, I get it, but that's the break point, and he's not open. Like, that's covered. Sure, we might be able to tuck the ball in, but that's covered. Like, again, I'm not trying to... Maybe there's a piece of this where I'm expressing an opinion while also challenging what I think can be easy preconceptions, because it's easy to see plays work or not work and immediately point and say, well, that's Getsy's fault. But last year, if I was, let's see, is the late release open? Do you mean like this one or this one? Because while I don't disagree, Scott, that the late releases are at least more interesting than some of the options, the quarterback isn't playing with, per se, all-22 vision. And so he's still looking at read number one. And say what you will, Jay Sanders, if that's an issue you have with Justin Fields, that's an issue you are not going to fix with Justin Fields, because he's not going to. Like, maybe if he's got a perfectly fair, or like a perfect pocket, he will. But EQ is breaking right now, and Justin Fields is looking at the fact that his left guard is on his rear end. Within this, maybe you want him to throw right here. I actually don't disagree. It looks like he's looking at Pettis right now, which would suggest that he saw that one option and pivoted to two already. Let's take a look at his eyes. Looks like he drops back. Looks to me like he's taking a look at one right now. He sees that he's been stacked, and so he hits the back of his drop, and he's looking, I think, Let's take a look behind the camera at Pettis. But then he sees he's got to dodge a rusher, does so, comes back to it. Doesn't really bother to me. Like, let's see, safety's backpedaling, looking at where the backpedal is. Provided doesn't look like he trusts him enough to throw that. It's also worth mentioning that if EQ is so if he's breaking here, the safety backpedaling doesn't really matter because the safety's taking Darnell out of the play, right? Darnell's coming up, safety's rolling over, the backpedal takes him out. Looking at Pettis makes a lot of sense here if Pettis breaks any sooner, which could be a speed thing. It's a little bit of a speed thing. It's a little bit of a offensive line didn't hold, which doesn't mean the offensive line sucks. Again, holding a pocket for like 3 seconds is quite a long time. We'll give it to you live. You can decide for yourself. Like snap, pressure. That's a pretty decent chunk of time. I would tell you that when, and that's the thing, Jay Sanders, you mentioned an elite quarterback makes that throw. First of all, Justin's not elite yet. Definitely not throwing the ball. Second of all, I don't think Jalen Hurts makes this throw unless he's throwing to A.J. Brown because there's an established trust that he has with him. So the problem that I have seen is that there are a lot of people that want to see Justin Fields display the traits of elite, not just quarterbacks, Jay Sanders, elite quarterback receiver connections. Aaron Rodgers throws this ball, but to specific players, right? Like Aaron Rodgers will throw this ball to Jordy Nelson back in the day. Damo, how you doing? Aaron Rodgers will throw this ball to, by the end of the season, it was Christian Watson. Aaron Rodgers will throw this ball to, I don't think he would do it to Greg Jennings, like Randall Cobb or somebody like that. But I don't think Aaron Rodgers would throw this ball to Amari Rodgers or something like that. And so with Justin Fields, I look at this and exactly, John, this is the same game that Fields throws to ESB on 4th down and ESB drops it to end the game. Look, I'm not trying to cape that hard for Justin Fields. There are plenty of things that he does wrong. Could you throw this with anticipation? Sure. But talking about a second-year quarterback that's been through the first 6 games that he's been through, partially of his own creation, I don't blame him for wanting an open window. I don't blame him for wanting a little bit of separation. And other teams around the NFL are able to provide their quarterbacks with the separation that Justin Fields wants. And so I look at this thinking that, like, in my opinion, I don't know, there's a lot of blame to go around. Some of it, like, I'm not ever trying to make it sound like Getsy should be let off scot-free, especially towards the end of the season. I personally think that that Luke Getsy, there are a lot of things that he could have done differently. The Bears just tried to do a lot of different things throughout the season. They went empty, they went condensed, they went run heavy. They never went pass heavy, but the pass offense was so poor. They pivoted completely away from anything involving run action, play action, or pocket pass play action. Like any play action shot with a running back where they would fake it, running back would come over here, and then they would sit in a pocket and throw, didn't work. And they just abandoned it all over the place. And so I personally think that as I look at it, the Bears adding the receiver talent that they're adding makes a lot of this more reasonable. Not to mention, that's Tevin Jenkins next year. At least for now. Until he gets hurt, RIP, cross your fingers he doesn't. Like, that's going to be Tevin Jenkins. And then over here, you'll have Nate Davis and ideally Cody Whitehair. So Cody is on the, side up, or he's assisted. And then, in theory, you've got Braxton Jones and maybe a rookie of some kind. So for better or for worse. Not that it matters here, because I don't actually think the right tackle, is it Reef? Is it Borum? I don't know if it matters. Oh, it's Reef. It's Reef. Reef gets benched. Right there. Sorry, bud. But that's the thing, Charles. I agree with you that, so you got to remember that 67's not playing center anymore. Praise the Lord. Cody Whitehair, who I understand this isn't exactly the best snap to show you it's interesting. Like, so, McFact, I would tell you that I think Luke Getsy is running a Shanahan-style offense that's attempting to integrate a lot of the Green Bay West Coast elements that they had, because they're recognizing that within the Shanahan style that they have for a lot of their running game, that they're having trouble generating quick passing game, and they want quick passing game. One of my favorite things, honestly, McFact, about seeing the Bears trying formations like this, like what we call this quads, okay? Because on one side of the field, you have 4 receivers lined up. There are a couple ways to run quads, right? But the empty set, what it does is it allows you to force the defense to identify itself. You're able to see clear man coverage out here because you have allowed yourself to spread everybody out and force the defense to declare a little bit. Within that, I think that Fields gets a great look at what he's looking for. It's part of why, if we go back to, let's go under center so that we can stop guessing. Crazy run. Yay. Snap. Middle of the field. Looks like hard left right there. I assume he's looking at either Mooney or Pettis, just based on the angle. Doesn't look like he'd be looking at ESB, who should be a little further that way while we litigate it. Maybe a little bit, John. Maybe a little bit. But it, like, within this, I think he's looking at Pettis, who's a great option. I mean, Jay Sanders, you got to remember that he's able to see ESB cross his face right here. That is ESB. Like, he's watching the safety, and in his peripheral, he's able to see ESB not gain ground on his man, especially right there. There he's looking at, I would imagine, Mooney as well. Then he sees the rusher, dodges him in the pocket. Like we're saying, there's a lot of improvement that Fields needs to go through in the pocket. That's not the question. But there's also like 1-2 reads within this offense that the wide receivers didn't separate with, which I personally think is a major point of improvement across the board. Everybody can improve a little bit, right? There we go. That's nice and tight. All this to say that when I look at tight ends, I see a lot of options for the Bears. And when I think about Jahmyr Gibbs, John, I think about a slashing runner that in the pass game for screens, in the run game, probably not on like toss plays, so to speak, but when you've got Justin Fields, in theory, in shotgun settings where you've got Justin Fields right here, Jahmyr Gibbs right here, that read option that you can run is punishing. Like, you've got one of the most electric weapons in football and one of the most electric weapons in football attacking both sides of your defense. You could stretch the snot out of a defense that way. Now, if there's one player, I can't believe somebody on Twitter asked me to talk about this. I want to, because I have to. I'm practically legally obligated to at this point. Let's see. Yeah, McFact, I see the same thing. Pocket breakdowns are not easy for rookie quarterbacks, and I mean, Fields is effectively a rookie throughout this film. Bennett, let's see, you're mentioning waiting on Mooney or Claypool's route to develop as he trusts them a little bit more. By the time he looks at DSB, there's a defender in his face. Bennett, there's a lot of ways that it could have worked out. Honestly, the more you watch a quarterback's film, the more it's easy to forget that these guys' eyes are not so within blinders that the head turns like crazy. Maybe he stared at Mooney the whole time and specifically wanted to hit him. You wouldn't hope so, because there were two much better options on a play like that. But I struggle to envision that with a guy like DJ Moore running a lot of the angular routes that DJ Moore makes so good. Like, again, stuff like this, things that Justin Fields threw all the time at Ohio State. It would surprise me if we don't see improvement. And hey, I've said it on this channel before, but if we don't, I will be here to tell you, and we'll all be depressed together. Like, if Fields can't show improvement, there's, I don't want to say hell to pay, but like, next year's kind of it. Like, the benefit of the doubt sort of stops next year. Not to say that, I mean, it has its limits. Again, as silly as it sounds, if we're producing 210 passing yards a game, then okay. I mean, chances are Fields is going to tote the ball for 60-ish, right? So if Fields runs it for 60 and throws it for 210, we're looking at roughly 270 yards a game. And if we pop up a calculator here, 270 yards a game for 17-game season is a grand total of 4,600 yards. That's an extremely productive quarterbacking season. And so within that, like, I'm not about to pretend. It sounds like 210 yards is a low bar, but I personally think a quarterback is responsible for total output as much as they are, I don't know, passing stats. Like, everybody saw the recent Lombardi tweet. Like, I made fun of it because I thought it was funny, but I look at when I look at Fields into the future, the passing bar is not as high as some people want to make it. Because again, that's the thing, Eric, right? Like, there are a lot of people that are going to take a look at the fact that Justin Fields passed for 150 yards, and if he suddenly passes for 210, they're going to be like, Davis Mills throws for more than 210. And it's like, yeah, but Davis Mills doesn't run for 65 a game and punch a ball in the end zone roughly every game. Like, oh my gosh, Foster, I'll tell you what, Running Deer, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. If Justin Fields ran for 60 yards a game plus 235 yards per game of throwing at a 17-game season, he might win the MVP. Like, if he throws for enough touchdowns and runs for enough touchdowns within that space, like, Ace, how you doing? We're talking about MVP season. We've done this before. We've talked about this before. And that's not to make the case for Justin Fields is an MVP favorite. It's more to say that with Justin Fields' legs as dangerous as they are, and as much as I know Fields likes to use them, because here's the thing. What I don't love is Fields, if I can be honest with you guys, like, for as much as we talked earlier about Fields has to throw that ball, like, these are the plays that I look at and say, this is what makes Fields special. It's not just him, like, dodging a rusher in the pocket. Fields as a scrambler is the point, in my opinion. Like, Fields as a scrambler, so much more dangerous than Fields as, I don't know. The joke I see on Twitter all the time is, I wish I could take blank and have Fields as a running back. Guys, Fields would be a terrible running back. Like, you don't get this kind of space when you're playing running back because you get the ball and everybody collapses on you. Fields as a quarterback is the whole point. Fields on designed rushes, I frankly think, has to go up against true NFL speed more so than he has to deal with when he is dangerous as a thrower. And like John mentioned earlier, in the future, theoretically on first, second, and third down, you could have a moment where DJ Moore out here is running a curl route, and you just get to calm down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, throw the ball. And that's it. If DJ doesn't catch it, that's on DJ. Like, there are receivers out there that take this more seriously than I take this more seriously. That's not fair. That's not fair. Best way I could put it is there are receivers out there that have a mentality of, if you throw me the ball and I don't come down with it, that's on me. Like, I get the impression DJ Moore is more that guy than a lot of the players that Justin Fields has played with at this point. I get the impression Darnell Mooney has that attitude. Did we see his catch? Tyler B, thank you so much. I appreciate that like crazy. You guys are great. Give me a question when you donate. I really appreciate it, just so I can pay you back for it. I want to put in that extra work for you, especially if you're willing to put in that extra little bit for me. Anyways, the main thing I look at is, like, DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney. Like, did we see the catch against Minnesota was where I was going with that. I don't know if Claypool's one of those guys. He doesn't have to be, because when he's wide receiver 3, he's an extremely athletic wide receiver 3. It's like the negative comp for Quentin Johnston playing big slot for you. Like, it's kind of funny to go straight back to the stuff I made fun of Matt Canada doing in the Steelers offensive architecture, but when it happens, right? When you get DJ Moore, who's a much more dominant outside receiver and has, frankly, a much more proven track record outside, and you've got somebody like Darnell Mooney that can play that intermediate. Darnell can play the slot. He can. But I do think Darnell's better as the offline Z receiver where Kmet would be right now. I look at that, I think to myself, Kmet could theoretically become like a zone-eating check-down machine, and I have no problem with that. And then you can run all kinds of concepts that are a little bit more speed-focused. And the main thing that I think of, McFack, Jay Sanders, when I think speed-focused, I think of separation, true separation, where you're talking same routes that we were just looking at, things like digs over the middle, things like slants, the like. You should theoretically be able to get a guy like Chase Claypool, DJ Moore, and others to generate a yard, maybe a yard and a half, in best case scenario, 2 yards of separation to give Fields that green light to let the ball go, which right now it doesn't seem like he has. Maybe it's a trust issue. Maybe it's an inexperience issue. Maybe it is a lack of bravery. I don't know. But what I'll tell you is Justin Fields wants to see you win your route. Then he'll throw the ball. And it reminds me of the Jay Cutler days, and then Jay didn't do that when Brandon Marshall came to town. Jay Cutler was way more anticipatory when throwing to late-stage Alshon Jeffrey, like Bears record-setting Alshon Jeffrey and Brandon Marshall. I wonder why. I call it trust. Stunning. And that's not me trying to be pedantic. It's more me saying that I don't think it's an accident that we hear about quarterbacks getting dinged for anticipation, and quarterbacks getting dinged for accuracy, and quarterbacks getting dinged for passing performance, and all these kinds of things that we hear about when the receivers aren't great. Josh Allen was horribly inaccurate. Suddenly Stephon Diggs shows up in town. Dawson Knox shows up in town. Suddenly he's accurate. What changed? Did Josh Allen just peel the layer off and blossom like a spring flower? Maybe. But maybe guys were more open, gave him a better target, and he was able to hit those targets. Like, the complicated piece to this whole discussion to me is that everybody wants to distill things down to the quarterback. I don't blame them. The broadcast only shows you the quarterback, right? Like, when you're watching football, all you see is the offensive line and the quarterback. No surprise we can't judge the receivers or the tight ends in real time. We don't know. Like, that's the thing, right, John? I mean, how many picks did he throw in practice to Jalen Johnson, Kyler Gordon? Like, maybe even Kendall was picking balls off. Roquan likely was. I mean, it had to be learned. Like, it's something that I look at where I think to myself that another thing that doesn't help, if we want to, we could pull up some Carolina footage. I know we've watched a decent amount of DJ Moore, and I will show you a quarterback that throws with crazy anticipation in Baker Mayfield that still isn't good. A lot of times, Jay Sanders, it's not to come at you specifically, I think you bring up an interesting point. A lot of times people will look at anticipation, releasing the ball on time, all kinds of things that are real. I don't want to make it sound like I think that they aren't real or that they aren't legitimate issues, right? But while they are legitimate issues, they are also not the whole picture, because all kinds of things that I look at, I think, are like, I guess there's part of me that thinks to myself, we wouldn't be complaining about this if it had worked, right? There's all kinds of these play calls. Don't we do this? Don't we do this? We won't call a play that went for 45 yards a bad play call, no matter how stupid it was. Right? The play call that we talked about, where the one against Green Bay, where Green Bay scrape exchanges and they should have Justin Fields dead to rights, but they don't. Like, it takes somebody like me to come in and bring up the fact that Green Bay had the perfect defense and that Justin Fields just outwiggled the guy and beat him upfield, right? But on offense, we don't really do that. If a play only works, like let's say they throw a slip screen or like a tunnel screen to Darnell Mooney right here, and this guy just face plants and then from there, Darnell Mooney runs it to 100 yards. Another example. Does anybody remember that hilarious Andy Dalton Dalton touchdown, where as soon as Fields got hurt, missed a game, Andy Dalton came back in through a screen outlet to Darnell Mooney, and he immediately took the ball up the field 70 yards for a score. I remember that. I thought it was funny. Within that, I think there's always this weird discussion about play calling where we equate how did the play turn out with was the play a good play call. This doesn't say everybody. Don't take that as we're painting with a broad brush here, right? So it's a lot of things, but within play calling, there's a lot of times where I know, especially with Nagy, looking back, Matt Nagy taught me a lot of this, where the play call wasn't the issue. The play execution was the issue. Now, there is real room to discuss calling a different play on, say, 3rd and 8. But that play right there with a slant out, an easy runner from the slot, usually you're not going to have ESB running this, and a deep dig in the middle with a clear out seam, that's easy. This is really easy for your quarterback if you can block it. Bummer the Bears couldn't. They obviously asked a lot. Maybe you want Fields to drift a little bit so that he could try to basically buy a little bit more time for this kind of play call, but I'm never going to complain because you get crossing routes across the field and allow your athletes to go be athletes, create that space, eat with it. I love that stuff because to me, while I love myself a good whip route, something like that, a lot of times those plays end up more gimmicky than you'd think because there's not really a second read most of the time. If you're calling a whip route, something like that, you're going to have this guy run a slot fade on top of it, and you're going to have this guy run either a slant to get out of the way or you may cross him, get a scissor on the top with a whip. But sometimes you'll even see him just come off and stop guys right there. I think it's hilarious. Prabhat, when you talk about substitutions, do you mean actually tell me, because you're talking about the Sumer Sports podcast, right? Those guys do a really good job. Are you saying when they bring guys on and bring guys off the field, there are some teams that do too much of it or do too little of it? What does Dimitrov think is the sweet spot between substituting versus non-substituting? Because I just haven't heard that much discussion about it. That sounds really interesting. But Tumultuous, it's honestly, Tumultuous, the problem wasn't the curls. The problem was running all hitches 30% of the playbook, right? That's the other thing. Because isolated play calling tendencies isolated play calls versus play calling tendencies is another conversation, right? Let's use Nagy, for example. Matt Nagy wanted to run toss crack so badly, and I think the Bears did it right one time out of 10 tries, and they biffed it 9 other times, all in major 3rd down scenarios. Was it ever the wrong play call? Based on the down and distance, not really. Was it, was it something the Bears had shown any competency on? No. They screwed it up way too many times to keep calling it. Maybe they thought it would, magically work or something like that. And that's the thing, Brandon. It does. But Brandon, find me the play that doesn't involve receivers getting separation. That's the issue, right? Do we think we get rid of Whitehair? Khalid, I tend to hope not. I don't like Whitehair. Can I make this so clear? I don't think Cody Whitehair is particularly good. I think cutting Cody Whitehair would be very similar to cutting Charles Leno because we drafted Tevin Jenkins. You just don't have to. The Bears save, I think, $5 to $8 million cutting Whitehair, but they have enough cap space that while I understand the value of potentially rolling it over, I think to myself that the center room and the interior offensive line room is much better given where it's at right now with Cody Whitehair in the room. Let's say the Bears draft Joe Tippmann, which everybody would be like, yes, the Bears added a real center. It would be awfully exciting, right? Maybe they add Luke Whippler. Maybe they add John Michael Schmitz. John Michael Schmitz might be the even stronger example of this, okay? Let's say it's John Michael Schmitz, just because he's a center. Like, you're going to have people that point to nerds like me and say, well, this guy says that Tippmann could play guard. And I do. But let's say it's John Michael Schmitz, because John Michael Schmitz is sweet and he plays center. And he's probably not playing guard. There'd be a lot of people that'd be like, you don't need Whitehair. Like, why would you get in the way of John Michael Schmitz, the second coming of Jesus at center? And while I don't disagree with the theory, I think that Tevin Jenkins is an injury waiting to happen, and that's okay. Teron Armistead is an injury waiting to happen, and you're probably going to lose another one. Like, you'll lose Nate Davis, you'll lose Cody. Cody's gotten hurt almost literally every year. And so I look at myself and I think, okay, you want a deep offensive line. You definitely want a deep interior. Like, even if you had John Michael Schmitz, now you can go to camp. You can let JMS and Cody Whitehair compete. And if JMS wins, good. And if JMS loses, great, because you prepared for it, right? You had a real plan on the offensive line. If Larry Borum is your starting tackle, you have failed. If Wanya Morris, maybe it's Braxton Jones, maybe it's Anton Harrison, maybe it's Darnell Wright, is your starting tackle, and you have Larry Borum as your swing, that's better. Like, maybe there's a new and improved, like a new and exactly Prabat. Like, Patrick being around in this case, still not bad. Patrick can play guard for you. Probably not well, but he can play guard for you. Where, in theory, Tevin gets hurt. Now you can either bump Cody to guard and put John Michael Schmitz in, or Whitehair gets hurt and now John Michael Schmitz steps in, or Davis gets hurt and Lucas Patrick steps in at guard, or maybe JMS goes and plays at guard. Like, I totally get you, new poster, where it's like the whole D-line is guys that right. I mean, Poles said it himself, right? Because can we talk about how Ryan Poles has been, like, remarkably honest? Like, Ryan Poles told us he wanted to get the trade done before free agency. Ryan Poles told us the wide receiver room is a room that we don't feel comfortable being done with. Ryan Poles told us we want to get picks and a veteran. They got DJ Moore and picks before free agency to address their receiver room. I mean, the guy's actually being pretty straightforward. He's already come out and said, like, we can't expect this to all be done in one offseason. I'm not saying he can't do it. I'm saying he has at least tried to forewarn that they might not be able to get the whole dang thing fixed, which, hard to disagree. Because the problem is that the Bears, I think, aren't going to draft for need. Like, why am I talking about a tight end? Look, it's not some magic insider information, right? It's because the value of the draft in the high fourth, mid third round is tight end. So they'll probably take one. The value of the draft in the second round, especially starting around pick 40, is corner, in my opinion. At 32, you can get a sweet corner. Like, we talked about Gibbs earlier. I know this is so boring to some people, but, like, oh my gosh, Jordan, are you in here? Because if the Bears went trade down, added pick number 32, they went Darnell Wright, Cam Smith, and then they go down to, say, 61, maybe they take Darnell Washington, maybe they take, like, a... oh my gosh, what's the guy's name? I completely fanning on it because it's not going to be like Isaiah McKenzie. Like, they take, it's probably not going to be Zach Harrison. I'm thinking of an edge that makes a lot of sense. I don't know. I'll have to see the board just because we'd have to take a look. But maybe they take Thule around 61. Then they go to 64. They take, maybe it's a tight end. Maybe it's the center that they can get. Maybe, like, because I think that you could probably get like a solid Whippler type down or around that, like, second or third round. Whoa. You could get a Whippler type in the fourth, is what I'm trying to say. Sure, you could get like a Stromberg. You could get maybe Juice Scruggs. Like, you'll have some center options if you want true center without any versatility. Because that's part of the reason I think those guys fall to the fourth, is they can only play center. I'm with you, new poster, that there are a lot of positions that have stuff like that. And then people would hear this draft and they would go, oh my gosh, they seriously drafted a corner? And I'd look back and I'd say, I think Cam Smith is one of the best corners in this class, period. Like, Cam Smith is a long-armed corner, great feet, comes from a great South Carolina program that matches zones and man defense really, really well. He'd fit perfectly in Eberflus's cover two. There is a strong argument that, and I say this with truly all due respect, Cam Smith might end up better than Jalen Johnson, and I think quite highly of Jalen Johnson. So you could end up with a stacked back seven. Envision this. Envision a Bears back seven of Eddie Jackson, Jaquan Brisker, Kyler Gordon, like a corner that you like, Jalen Johnson with Tremaine Edmonds and TJ Edwards. Like, this is a very good back seven. Like, I'm not trying to pretend that the defense is done at that point, but it would be tough to throw on these guys, especially if you got just about anything for them on the end, like from the pass rush perspective. Like you're saying, you definitely need a D line. I get it. Agree with all the jokes, 100%. But for crying out loud, not that the Bears. I'm about to speak into existence a draft that would push me towards setting myself on fire, but it would make for a pretty good defense. If the Bears got Jalen Carter, a really solid corner, and they added like Felix, like maybe they add like Felix Anudike Uzumata. Maybe they add like Derek Hall. Maybe they add Zach Harrison, who we talked enough about last week. Maybe they add, I don't know, maybe Miles Murphy falls or something like that, which would be crazy. A lot of people would be like, what? I think Miles Murphy is more likely to go in the top 15 the more I watched him again. Because like I watched some Matt Bergeron. Matt Bergeron could play. Miles Murphy gave him problems, which I love seeing a player. This is my like Lucas Van Ness moment, right? Where it's like you love seeing a player that is going against somebody you like Van Ness against Paris, and giving him problems. Because when you see Miles Murphy long-arming the snot out of Paris Johnson, then or out of Matt Bergeron, you say, whew, okay. And so then like back to this, maybe you get like a Keanu Benton on the interior, and then you live with DeMarcus Walker out here, and you've got the back seven we just mentioned. You could cobble together a top 10 defense in a hurry. The offense would still be bad, but the defense would be pretty fun. Maybe not schematically, but from a personnel perspective, they would be quite good. Anyways, there is Ace, you bring up something despicable and deep within me. If the Bears, for any reason, took JSN, even if it was somehow just to take him away from the Packers, it might be worth it. Exelion Yogi, I agree with you, but man, if you've ever seen the movie Draft Day, they take any great player to an extreme, drafting. Okay, hang on. Now that we mention it, Vontae Mack is an edge rusher, right? Like 4 sacks. You're not doing that as an off-ball backer. That's an off-ball backer in the same sense that Khalil Mack was an off-ball backer at Buffalo, right? Like, at least, I'm not saying Vontae Mack needs to be picked number 1 for crying out loud, but then they talk about him slipping into the teens, and it's like, what are you doing? Anyways, they get Vontae Mack, an off-ball backer, they get a running back, and they get a punt returner, and it's the greatest draft of all time. Go Browns. But so, I always thought that was pretty funny. Like, let's see, the offense was already close to average last year. They had a DJ Moore and a guard. It should be okay. New Poster, they wrote a couple gimmicks to some sweet weeks. The problem is that if you throw out... All right, so the problem here, New Poster, is I have to say a bunch of stupid stuff, right? Like, not because I think it's stupid, but because the Bears' offense was so bad in the first couple weeks, and it was so good in the middle weeks, and then it got really bad again in the later third of the season, that I end up needing to kind of take where things landed, because that was, it's tough, because that's when a whole bunch of the Bears' only weapons were hurt. So of course the offense was terrible, but also like, yeah, they got better, but I can't subscribe to the notion that the Bears' current offensive cupboard is better than, like, very mediocre. Like, you got to look at offenses around the NFL. I think the offense was better, new poster, than the defense was, but I could credit that, honestly, to Fields' playmaking ability. Fields was able to manufacture offensive points that most quarterbacks just would have fallen flat in. I don't think that's a bizarre thing to say, because we saw Trevor Siemian, and it did not look better. Like, it's within that context. I think that the offensive cupboard, again, like, adding a guard is a good thing. We're just not done yet. And adding a wide receiver 1 is a good thing. We're just not done yet. And so I'll tell you what, there is one scenario that really intrigues me, and that's the opportunity for the Bears to trade back, but maybe they don't trade back with the Steelers. Maybe they trade back with, like, the Jets. Maybe they trade back with, I don't know why they would trade back with the Jets. Maybe the Jets feel like they've got a specific tackle, or they want Skoronski or something like that. But, like, they trade back with the Jets. They trade back with the Texans because Levis is on the board. They trade back with, let me see. They probably wouldn't trade. Maybe they do trade back with, like, Tennessee because Levis is on the board. Or, okay, so I got a weird one for you. Let's say Young goes number 1. The Texans do not take a quarterback. Okay? Arizona probably trades to 3. We say that all the time. But, like, what if they didn't? What if Arizona tries to trade, they can't get decent value, they take Will Anderson, or they take, I don't know, Jalen Carter or somebody? My question is, like, once you get to the Colts, aren't the Colts, like, rumored? I don't know. I can't get a read on the Colts. Like, I basically wonder, have we anointed Stroud to a place that he's not supposed to be? Like, I think that's the thing, Jordan. I think there are teams that love Will Levis. I mean, you could say it for certain reasons, which I won't go to. There's a quick release. There's a big old contra boy. There is, like, the ability to absolutely rocket the ball. There's some really, 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 really nice athleticism. Jordan, I don't think Will Levis looks exactly like Jay Cutler, but I like the phrasing of calling him Jay Cutler, because you're talking about a guy that got the snot kicked out of him in the SEC with all kinds of physical tools. And that reminds me of Levis. So if that's where you're going, with that, I like the comparison, just from a situation to situation perspective, that we may make fun of him for it, but I mean, there are guys out there that think that think that Justin Fields is terrible. If Justin Fields is terrible, and Braxton Miller is terrible, and Gardell Jones was terrible, then why would people like CJ Stroud? Have we put Stroud in a category that the NFL hasn't? That's my question. I think Stroud could throw the snot out of the football. I think Stroud is very similar to what I thought about Jared Goff coming out of, was it Cal? It wasn't UCLA, right? Josh Rosen was UCLA. Like, the Lesbian has to have a parasite. But so, like, within that, that's the thing, Turk. I think Richardson has always been there. Like, I think Richardson has been somebody that people were going to love him for the same reason that people loved Josh Allen. Like, as soon as I actually watched some Richardson tape, which, again, I wish I could show any of this, like, half the reason that we are talking about this kind of stuff, I sit there and, like, look at it and think, or half the reason we're talking about this stuff is because we can't show the All-22 or we're going to get banned. But Richardson, I thought, the moment I watched this film, couldn't help but think he's going to have a very similar rap to Josh Allen, and that is exactly developed. Then he was weightier than Josh Allen, faster than Josh Allen, and his pro day looked every bit as erratic. Like, not surprised that there's somebody in the top 4 that loves him. The question is, so you've got your Jay Cutler guy, you've got your best quarterback in the draft guy, you've got your super toolsy guy, and then you've got the guy that John, to quote what you're saying, Football Stock Exchange calls Goff with wheels. And it's like, that's a pretty solid quarterback. Like, I don't want to pretend that Goff with wheels is bad. That's a good player. That's the kind of player that I think Tennessee could come up for. That's the kind of player that I think, oh my gosh. I don't think the Jets will, ooh, that'd be hilarious, wouldn't it? If the Jets were like, hey, Rodgers, we took this kid instead. Like, just given the standoff with the Packers, which I doubt it'll happen. But what if? Funny to imagine. But so, like, you look at some of these teams and you think to yourself, I wonder if we're the ones who have manufactured the Stroud thing. Just, like, I get it. Stroud could throw the heck out of the ball. Beautiful release. Like, seriously, there is a lot of pieces to Stroud's game. There are plenty of pieces as a pure thrower of the football that I think Stroud is much more refined than Justin Fields and always will be. I love Justin. Justin throws the ball like a shortstop. A better way to put it. Justin throws the ball like a multi-sport athlete, right? Justin gets his legs involved and he drives the football. It's beautiful. When we talk about how the ball explodes out of Justin Fields' hand, we are talking about that. That delivery takes longer. Like, normally, when we're talking about Justin Fields throwing the football, we will time his release from the moment you see his arm move to the moment he releases it. But Justin tends to plant his feet a little bit earlier than that. Whereas somebody like Stroud, I've seen too many reps where Stroud can be stepping up in the pocket and his feet will come together and he will flick the ball, and it'll just go 25 yards beautifully. And it's maybe a third of a second from ball at his hip to ball out of his hand. It's really impressive. I mean, quarterbacks with quarterback-specific motion, their motions, like throwing motions, throw the ball really, really, really well. And I don't know. Like, that's not to dunk on Fields. I really think that Fields is so athletic that he becomes a potential whole new thing in the world of quarterbacking. Xelion, you mentioned, like, if Justin cleans up his quick release, he'll be the quarterback through the air. I'll take you one further, Yogi. I think that there are a lot of these same issues that are present in Jalen Hurts' game. The difference is Jalen Hurts plays behind a really good offensive line and with really good receivers, so he went and won an MVP and was extraordinarily competitive against a Super Bowl Chiefs team that has the best quarterback up. He might already be up there on Rushmore. Shouldn't be. He is not on historical accolade Rushmore, but on, like, legend trajectory Rushmore. Pat Mahomes is frightening. I mean, guys, we're talking, say what you will, because I know he doesn't have the longevity. We're talking about a guy who's now won 2 Super Bowls. He's been to 3. His worst season ever has been an elimination in the AFC Championship. His least accomplished season ever, that is an elimination in the AFC Championship. He has 2 MVPs, and I believe he has started for, is it 5 years? It might only be 5. Like, I know. That's the thing, new poster. It's not supposed to be the Brady argument. It's more like, oh my gosh, personal. And, like, if you want the numbers, he just threw for 5,500 yards. Like, if you want the winning, he's winning like crazy. If you want the, like, or if you want the mid, like the highlights, he's got highlights where he's throwing with his left hand, where he's throwing no look passes, and where he's throwing off his back foot to travel 68 yards down the field. He's got plays where he dodges 2 guys in the pocket, gets to his 4th read, and, like, puts a ball in a dime. He's got multiple plays last year where he drew a defender on the run and just flicked the ball over their head for the easiest and most embarrassing looking touchdowns on the planet. Mahomes is the guy who has reset his Xbox enough times to simply play all of his games perfectly. Like, that's the thing. I agree with you, new poster, that it's like, it doesn't matter. Like, you could say it was Tyreek Hill. You could say it was the greatest receiving tight end maybe ever, if not outright ever, in Travis Kelce, who has more 1,000-yard seasons than any tight end in history by, I think, 2 full 1,000-yard seasons. Like, that's the thing, MJ. He's just come out so hot that if he retired tomorrow, he would still be in contention for the greatest quarterback to ever play. Like, he's just on a heater of heaters at this point. And I only go through talking about all of that because it's like, Oh my word. And I agree with you, McFact, where it's like, I mean, you talk about Luke Getsy. Again, we're talking about a team that I talked on this channel that I thought was tanking from like the offseason. So I want to at least give Getsy the same amount of slack in the rope that we gave Alan Williams, saying, what was a coach going to do with a roster this poor? And I'm okay with it. I mean, Getsy has to get some credit for an offense that was not bottom 5, if memory serves. Somebody fact check me on this. But not bottom 5 in scoring, despite being bottom 2 in talent, minimum. Like, my make an argument, they're clear bottom 1, if you ask me. The fact that the Bears were able to go on the New England to Dallas to Miami to Detroit to Atlanta run that they did, say it's just 5 games, but it was 5 games in the NFL. That's a good quarter of a season with next to nothing, where they were rubbing together paper mache. Offensive coordinator gets some credit for that. Not that he deserves all of it, right? I get it. But I have seen too many of these naggy teams that we have eviscerated because they can never score 20 points. And the Bears lost a lot of games this year where they did score 20 and they lost. That doesn't bother me, right? Because I get you, McFact, but I think the offensive coordinator deserves at least some credit for leaving the offense open-ended enough to, yeah, exactly, Devo, right? Like, that's the thing, McFact. By no means am I trying to give Getsy some kind of crazy amount of credit. I'm trying to take the heat off of him because he's a coach. Somebody asked a good question earlier. They said, new poster, you mentioned, what do I think about us not spending the last 40 million of cap space? I think it's prudent, and I think we have to wait for results. Let's put it this way, new poster. What gets complicated is that everything a GM does is effectively a bet one way or another. I know this is going to sound silly. GMing is like somebody, you walk into a casino, there's 31 other people at the casino, right? You are a brand new GM, okay? You have now taken over somebody else's spot at the table. You get less poker chips than pretty much everybody else because the fact that the GM got fired almost unilaterally means that your situation is worse than others. Now, how many poker chips? Do you have 40, whereas other people have 400? Do you have 150, whereas everybody else has 100? Do you have, rare, but it does happen sometimes. Like, the complicated piece to this is everybody's at the casino, and they're all trying to take the same resources and come away with more than everybody else, right? Frankly, at each other's expense, because the win's the currency within this. That's the thing, because like John's talking about, I didn't realize when we talked in the offseason that the cash floor argument doesn't hold as much because Poles has until next March, meaning whether there's a trade in the works at the end of the year, whether there's an extension that he gives up at the end of the year, whether there's like all kinds of other ways to spend money, cap casualties. I'm not about new poster to go to bat for it and automatically. That's the key, right, new poster? I'm not about to pretend to you that I think everything Poles does is made of gold. I'm telling you that I'm willing to see if it works right now because it's not obviously wrong. It's a different path than we've seen Pace walk. I've seen all kinds of GMs come in and spend all their money on whatever plays they could. They'll give Mike McGlinchey $55 million guaranteed, and then the Bears will get what they hope is the 20th best right tackle in football, playing on 8th best right tackle in football money. Like, they would have extended Darnell Mooney to whatever he wanted, which is fine. I like Mooney. I'm trying to name all kinds of moves that I would have expected to happen. Right? They would have signed Javon Hargrave. Like, they would have, if they hadn't signed Hargrave, they would have signed my guy, Draymond Jones. Like, they would have probably signed an edge rusher. They probably would have extended Roquan, exactly. Like, we've seen these movies, and that's fine. Like, they're not bad movies, right? That's very normal GMing. Poles took a huge risk. Because, guys, if Velus Jones catches a daggum punt. The Bears are 4-13. And then they draft third. And then, Jordan, if Equanimeous St. Brown catches the ball in Miami, or Emir Smith-Marset doesn't fumble, maybe now they're 5-12. And then if Justin Fields doesn't sprain his AC joint, and the Bears extended Roquan, featured him a little bit better, maybe now they're 6-11. They draft 12. Say what you will, tanking last year was every bit as much crazy, disgusting luck, like disgusting luck, as it was strategy. They could have torn down and still drafted at a very normal position. Say what you will about tanking works. I'm a proponent of tanking, because I think it can influence results like this. It came down to Davis Mills completing a fourth and way too long, passing straight through the hands of a Colts corner, a Colts safety that had no business missing the football altogether. Jordan Atkins hauling it in, Lovey going for 2, and the Texans getting it. The Bears got really, really lucky. We'll take it, but they got really, really lucky. DJ Moore, pick 61, the 2024 first, the 2025 second, all of that, what didn't have to happen? Look at the Texans. What's the market for QB2? And that's just number 2, right? That's not number 5. Where would the Bears really be if they were picking 8th, right? Where would the Bears really be if they were picking 5th? Better, we'd be talking about Jalen Carter. We'd be saying Jalen Carter's a slam dunk pick. But then other people would be saying, nah, we got to trade down. John would be in the chat. He'd be saying, Jalen Carter doesn't fix this team. You know who does? Jackson Smith-Jigba, or at least makes it better. You can trade down. You can get Jackson Smith-Jigba. You can you can get Jackson Smith-Jigba, and you can add a defensive starter when you trade down from 5 to 17, 5 to 12, after you add after a quarterback falls or something like that. That's the conversation we'd be having. Would it be as positive a conversation as now we're having with DJ Moore on the team? No. And hey, can we just say this out loud? Sometimes it's better be lucky than good. The unbelievable luck that we're talking about doesn't have to be something we bemoan. It doesn't mean polls. Okay, this is the thing. I think there are some people that take luck and they make that something to discredit Ryan Poles. I would argue Ryan Poles bet it all on black, and black hit. Frankly, Ryan Poles bet it all on a specific number, a specific roulette number, and the ball just came up right where it needed to be. I mean, frankly, overperformed. The way things have worked for Chicago has been fortuitous in the extreme. And that's okay, because that's what the GM bet on. Say what you will, but Ryan Poles, I don't want to say he expected this, but he planned for this. This was what he wanted. And that's the thing, Jordan. We can agree to disagree on whether it was the right plan. Both of us are probably sitting in the same spot saying, I can't believe it worked. But it kind of did. AC Adam, I'll tell you what, looking at Houston right now, I don't think waiting to move the pick would get you a better deal than what I believe is 2 second-round picks. And no, I believe that the effective load of the deal is 3 first-round picks and 3 second-round picks. Because I believe, first of all, you have to count number 9. Right? But I believe that you could have shopped DJ Moore in the middle of the season for a first and a second round pick, and I don't think that value changes. Especially after he gets handed new money. So when you're trading him, you're eating all of that signing bonus. I think that you could even make an argument that DJ Moore becomes a 2 first round pick player, but I think that's too giving Like, I would love to fluff up the deal even more than I want to, because I'm a Bears fan. I like the idea of a huge win, but DJ Moore is an extremely valuable player. Like, this isn't just AJ Brown, who you traded and then they paid him, right? This is DJ Moore. They already paid him. So you're like, what is it? You're like moving more and you get a contract. Guys, remember, DJ Moore, check this out. Check this out. Let's see here. DJ Moore is on this team with a cap number of $16 million in 2024 and 2025. He will almost assuredly get an extension. This is the real world, right? But he is on this team for tremendously less than like almost every wide receiver one. Like, and that's the thing, McFact. I'll tell you right now, I thought the head coach hiring was super boring. Like, the weird part for me is that based on what we heard, Ryan Poles got to come in and choose between Dan Quinn, who is not a head coach, should not be a head coach, Jim Caldwell, who is not a head coach, should not be a head coach, and Matt Eberflus, who had a claim to being a head coach, but like, come on, that's basically the one option. So then Ryan Poles comes in, and he gets on board with Matt Eberflus. Like, that's his choice of those three. That's his choice of those three. It would be my choice, too. Like, duh. Happy All-22uesday, Bradley. Like, we're talking all kinds of things at this point. But so, within that, like, I'll tell you right now, he's, like, Matt Eberflus still isn't exactly my guy. I'll tell you, to take it even further, I mean, Matt Eberflus might be the guy before the guy. Right? Where, in theory, Matt Eberflus is the kind of guy that you could bring in. I'm never going to speculate about a man's job more than I feel like I have to. But Matt Eberflus might be the guy that they bring in so that Justin Fields can show flashes, so that then Matt Eberflus changes the culture, gets the team in that hits mentality, baby. Like, let's grind, let's eat nails for breakfast. And then you move on, you get your offensive head coach. Maybe it's Ben Johnson from your rival, and you spin it at that point. Like, I don't know. And I completely hear what you're saying, McFact, but Jim Caldwell's resume with Detroit is going to a playoff game, which ain't bad, but I'm not a defensive head coach person. Like, kind of like what Bennett just said. That's more or less how I feel. And I'm not trying to be just some hater or other. It's more that you can win with a defensive head coach. There are aggressive defensive head coaches out there. It's part of what makes ST coaches so intriguing, is they think about the game differently. But I'm with you, John, where Dabble and Peterson were... I wasn't huge on Peterson. I should have been. I don't know what I was thinking. I just bought the hype about how second stint head coaches don't have the success that others do. Dabble right now, I'll tell you, I think Dabble actually overperformed to his own detriment. I'll tell you that I think locking up Daniel Jones to the money they did is going to be a major hurdle to work through. And everybody thinks it's fun to win one playoff game. But next year, if they don't win one playoff game, they will have regressed. And if they regress, then people get mad. When people get mad, after a third season of regression, somebody gets mad at somebody, and people lose their jobs. When people lose their jobs, the head coach is never safe. But Bradley, that's pretty much what I'm talking about. Like, you could make the argument to me that Eberflus is John Fox, and maybe we get the young version of John Fox that took Jake Delhomme to a Super Bowl, right? Not impossible. And if you have Justin Fields instead of Jake Delhomme, maybe Matt Eberflus gets talked about in Chicago the way that Sean McDermott gets talked about in Buffalo. Like, it's possible. I'm with you, MJ. That'd be sweet. But we'll see. We don't know. But so either way, DJ Moore is a great is a great move. There's a lot of lucky things. Even this Carter stuff, guys. Like, say what you will. Jalen Carter is somebody that people on this channel justifiably joked around about being the best player in the draft since November, since September. Give me just a minute. Baby's awake and upset at 10 p.m. That's never fun. Anyways, I think my wife's got it for now, but I'll check in on it later if I don't hear anything. Yeah, Khalid, we can do some mock draft here in a minute. The Jalen Carter thing makes it to where there is a legitimate chance. I'm not about to say I know what the chance is, but there's a legitimate chance that the Bears are able to trade down from number 1, add DJ Moore, add 2 first-round picks, one in obviously 2023, one in 2025, add a future first-round pick, and still get the best player in the draft. Like, yeah, Mike G, I will. It's more about, like, normally he's asleep at this point. So either I woke him up or I don't know. But exactly, Bradley, right? I would have said the same thing. That's what I'm talking about. Like, the luck that Ryan Poles is falling into is pretty astounding. Let's just live in it, Bears fans. Like, I'll tell you, new poster, if you're still here, going all the way back to what you asked earlier, do I think the Bears are spending their money wisely? They're spending it differently than I would have. The Bears have attempted to prioritize based on what I have seen. They have attempted to prioritize getting good players for high money and hole fillers and stopgaps for cheap. So what they're not doing is paying for more at less. Like, let me see. They're not trying to pay for, like, yeah, that didn't make any sense. Disregard that. They're not trying to pay for mid to upper mid for high-class money. They're trying to pay for, this is what Tremaine Edmonds is, a first-round pick with first-round money. The Bears are trying to pay for a really good linebacker for $4.5 million a year. Like, say what we will about getting 2 linebackers, the thought there is that the Bears don't have to draft a linebacker because they got a first-round pick that fits their system in Tremaine Edmonds for dollars. And then they got what is it? TJ. I'm right there with you. New poster, I would have gone after the normal people. Like, to be honest with you, I would have targeted, like, Zach Allen, who ended up getting a really expensive deal. I would have targeted Draymond Jones, who maybe there's questions about his injury that I don't understand or something. I would have targeted, oh my gosh, what's his name? Like, there's a couple, like Okonkwo, I think, like the edge. Like, there's probably, I don't know. I was warming up to them. It's not Witherspoon. It was a guy who used to be on the Saints. Now he's a Viking. It starts with an H. I mean, it is right there. If anybody can remember, like, it would help. But so, like, the guy who plays sometimes, but when he plays, he's really good. 300-pound edge rusher that sets the edge with force. It is, it's not Hardman. I don't think it's Hardgrave. It's not Ebukam. Davenport. That's it. It doesn't start with an H at all. It's Marcus Davenport. Thank you, guys. Like, I at least was talking myself into him. That's for sure. Like, there are ways that you could use free agency to make your team better. I have to admit, they would drain your cap space in a hurry, and you're not going to get great value for them. I just, like most people, told myself, well, how else are you going to use the money? The Bears seem to think that they're going to need that money for extensions, that they're going to pick up cap casualty players, and that they're basically going to stock the roster with whoever they can and whatever they can, because in their words, you never know until you know. So if you spend all your money and then the what is his name, Felix Anudike Uzamoa, falls to Minnesota and Minnesota takes him, and then they cut Zadarius Smith, congratulations, Chicago, you got Zadarius Smith, right? I don't know. Like, we don't know. Josh Sitton happened once. Like, there's always somebody who signs Ndamukong Suh or something, like, right before the season. I'm not saying it happens. I don't know. It's not like it's going to be a game-changing player, but the Bears are so bad right now at so many positions that a free agent like Isaiah Wynn or Cam Fleming goes a long way at right tackle when it wouldn't earlier. And that's kind of the problem, right? Okay, so I used to do this all the time. Do we have anybody in here that will willingly say, hi, I, state your name, have played Madden Ultimate Team in the past? I have. if there's one thing that's like an immediate strategy to do, so Madden Ultimate Team, for those who don't know, it'll give you a whole team's worth of D-rated players. That's terrible D-rated players. And one of the first things that you'll do is you'll go win some coins, go to auction, and you'll try to upgrade that crappy group of D players to B-, right? Now, B- is harder to find at the NFL level, realistically, than plenty of others. So what it feels like Poles is trying to do, I don't know. Can't say for sure. But like what it seems like he's attempting to do is to take a lot of the spots on the roster from D to C or C+. Andrew Billings isn't that bad, right? Like he's pretty decent for the rotational one tech role that he plays, and really good for a 1-year deal for like $3 million. Robert Tonyan is a pretty doggone good tight end. I'm not about to tell you that he's amazing. I think a lot of Bears fans are overrating old Bob Tonyan. I made fun of Bob Tonyan for a year. I'm not backing off on that. It's not that I think Bob Tonyan sucks. It's that I think he's an okay mover and an all right blocker, and he's got some receiving chops. Like, he's got some feel to his receiving game, sure, but it's not savant level, but it's better than $2.5 million. Follow Rasheem Green, I think that's his name, the defensive lineman. He's a solid run defender, one-gap penetrator, a little bit of that to his game for like $2 million. So instead of playing for like $5 million, $7 million, $9 million a year over 3 years for, I don't know, Angelo Blackson, the Bears are getting dirt cheap to play okay, so that in theory they draft players that show out and play at that B- to B+ to A- to A level. That seems to be the plan. Like you're saying, John, the draft is pretty much what Poles right now. We made the betting metaphor earlier. Poles has a lot of chips on this draft, a lot. I mean, we'll see what happens. I'll tell you, if there's one player that I think, okay, we need to do this before we do mock drafting. Before we do our mock drafting, there's one more thing we need to do, and that is to go to Chicago Bears salary cap calculator. Because while the Bears still have $35 million in cap space, which is a really healthy number, and the draft class will probably take about 10 to 12 million. I don't know what it's actually running these days. There's one thing I wanted to look at. Next year, we know about these. Right? We know about a lot of these, don't we? Chase Claypool, Bob Tonyan, Kindle Vildor, all the 1-year deals, EQ, like Gibson's done, like a lot of the players that we know to be on the Bears are not on the Bears next year. And the main reason I want to point that out is because I do think that there are a lot of positions that a lot of people, maybe some in this chat, where could they be, have looked at and said to yourself, oh, well, we don't need receiver. Like, we got a perfectly good wide receiver room. Let me circle both of them. Oh, well, we don't need tight end. We've got a perfectly good tight end room. Where are you? Like, we don't need... nobody's saying that about Justin Jones. It's specifically wide receiver and tight end that I've heard that about. And I don't disagree. I mean, especially if the Bears hand out an extension to Cole Kmet, then sure. Like, yeah. I mean, I guess the tight end room is okay. I'm not going to fight the Cole Kmet battle anymore if I can avoid it. But, John... the Bears don't have to extend Cole Kmet. Like, Cole Kmet could leave. Cole Kmet could become a compensatory pick. And within this, like, the Bears could theoretically get a 3rd or a 4th round compensatory pick off of Cole Kmet leaving, because the league would be pretty high on a... let me see. Does it have Cole Kmet at this point called 24? He should be pretty far down, honestly. Cole Kmet is listed 24 there. So Cole Kmet would be a 25-year-old free agent. Very, very cheap. Or like very, very young at the, like, theoretically the ascending portion of his career. And you don't have to love Cole Kmet. You don't have to hate Cole Kmet. This is a thought experiment. Let's be clear. But so within that, like, the Bears could draft next year's tight end this year. That would actually be proper timing because rookie tight ends take a little while to develop. So in theory, Jordan, if the Bears did take a Schoonmaker, a Kuntz, pick one. Doesn't matter. Laporta, like Kraft. Again, I'm not trying to show blind allegiance to one guy, right? It's more like if they drafted somebody that you thought was quote unquote too wise, then theoretically they could avoid giving Cole Kmet an extension if they like this kid, and then they could take another tight end the year after that, or they don't, and they get like Dalton Schultz, who's going to be on a 1-year deal. I don't know. A lot of ways to skin the cat, so to speak. I'm glad my cats weren't in the room to hear that. Poor ears. JSN is another example of a player that if the Bears trade down a little bit but not a lot, it could be to try to help with some of this situation. The money, the dollars and cents, the leverage. Right now, Darnell Mooney, the Bears need Darnell more than Darnell needs the Bears. That's for doggone sure. You get JSN, I don't know if the script quite flips, but what does Darnell Mooney, see you later, Ace, catch your flight. What does Darnell Mooney offer the market? He's a very good player, absolutely. But he just had a massive, he just had a massive down year. I don't think he broke 500 yards. Again, based on target share, based on all the things that I would look at, Darnell Mooney had a very good season last year. He's still a dude. Especially for a guy his size, especially for a guy out of the 5th round. I love Darnell Mooney, but from a pure dollars and cents perspective, as well as an on-football field perspective, how much does it boost your wide receiver room if you theoretically traded down a little bit and drafted Jackson Smith-Jigba with pick number 17, and then managed to snag Matty Bergeron at pick number 32, and then you do what you will with the rest of the draft. You may not get the stud 3-tech. You may not get a superstar edge rusher. You may have to make some sacrifices. But now you've got a tackle that can play. I like Bergeron a lot. And he can kick inside to guard if you need him to. He's a guy that wins with his hands more than he wins with his feet. But his hands are really good. Especially as a run blocker, or not just as a run blocker, as a pass blocker. He's got a really solid anchor. It's not as stout as some of these other guys that are basically impenetrable, but he can go toe-to-toe with NFL-level edge rushers. And if you don't believe me, go watch his game against Clemson, where Miles Murphy gets his licks in. That's for sure. Miles Murphy reminds you he's very good, he's a very good edge rusher prospect that's crazy, crazy raw. But Bergeron holds his own, which is really what you're looking for out of anybody in that early second, late first round is, can you play? And then play for us a little bit. The Bears have to turn the roster over, in a pretty significant way. It's why they've got so much cap space in 2024 at this point, along with everybody else. You do, New Poster, absolutely need to draft defensive line. Young star D-line, don't become free agents. Let's see. You wait a minute. Hang on. Young star D-line, do not become free agents. You already have Mooney. Why let him go? Why let who go? Specifically, why let Claypool go? Why Skoronski is guard, but Bergeron a true tackle? Turk, in my opinion, it comes down to Skoronski is... I don't think Skoronski's arms give him the anchor that people think that he has. So, Turk, the big problem that I've seen is that guys with longer arms were able to get very quick access to Skoronski's chest and drive him back pretty significantly. Whereas when you put him inside, none of those problems exist. So you look at a guard that could be an all-pro. Maybe not immediately as a rookie, but as a sophomore or a junior, you're talking about, or a second or third year player, you're talking about an all-pro player. New Poster, you mentioned why let any of the wide receivers go. You have the money to keep them, but you'd need some pretty significant deals. And frankly, Claypool would have to prove you a little bit something because he didn't show much last year. I agree. They should keep Darnell Mooney. But at this moment, if Chase Claypool ends up walking out the door, I won't be shocked one way or another. They don't have to do anything. I mean, New Poster, in very simple terms, this would be the Bears going best player available. In their thought, it would be them saying, JSN is the best player available, and he plays a valuable position that we need to address in the future. The thing that I think I'm railing against when I say this is not everybody's wrong, wow, I'm so smart. It's not about that. It's more, we're getting really focused on who our free agents are this year, what our holes are this year. We're taking a look at this year's team. I think Ryan Poles is aiming for this right here. Because I agree with you, Robert Knox. Right now, Chase Claypool shouldn't get more than 333. I don't think he'll take it. Like, I think he wants to play out his contract year at this point. And within that, like, I tend to think that if you got the chance, like if you traded down and you got the chance to like control the cost of your wide receiver room, because you got to remember, just like John is saying, if you have 3 receivers and all 3 of them are making 8 figures, that's an expensive receiver room. Like, and that's the thing, New Poster. Let's be clear. You're right that edge is a position of much greater need than wide receiver in 2023. But what are you going to do with those 2 first-round picks? Yes, you could take a receiver. I get it. Everybody wants to talk about Marvin Harrison. Maybe you're talking about Mario Williams. Maybe you're talking about some of the other sweet wide receivers in next year's class. There are always sweet edge rushers. There are always sweet defensive linemen. You don't need to fix the entire defensive line immediately. In fact, you can't. You'd probably need all 4 of your picks to fix the defensive line if you were going to take it all in one meaty chunk. And you need to add to offensive line. You need to add to, like, you probably need a corner. You probably need, I don't think you need a wide receiver, but the contract situation and the fact that you are almost assuredly going to get only one of these guys signed. I mean, do we agree? How many people in the chat, just show of hands, so to speak, think that the Bears are going to extend both of these guys? I find that unlikely. With DJ Moore coming, I think Darnell Mooney and Chase Claypool are in the Thunderdome. And, like, 2 men enter, 1 man are going to leave. And I tend to think that one of them's getting paid for this year's production. I have a feeling it'll be Mooney. And one of them is going to walk and hit the open market, and the Bears are going to hope that they get a 5th-round comp pick out of it. Like, the Bears are going to hope that Chase Claypool has himself a fine and dandy season, hits the open market, gets paid like big superstar Mr. Man Chase Claypool within that. Like, let's see. I like it, Mike. Let's see. So, and Demo, I don't know. Take a look. I mean, he might be. Would I take JSN over Carter or one of the edge rushers like Nolan Smith? Depends on the edge rusher. Wouldn't take him over Carter. If the Bears theoretically traded down, right, and they got to the 14th, 15th, they're not going to get the 15th, but like they got to the third, anywhere from the 11th to the 14th pick, because I think that's like JSN's hot zone, right? And JSN fell to them, and Carter's already gone. I think JSN makes more sense to them than Miles Murphy. I think JSN makes more sense to them than Nolan Smith. I think Nolan's dog. Like, I like Nolan Smith. I don't think the Bears have a place on their specific defensive line for a 235-pound edge rusher. Like, I get the aspect of you make space for a guy like that. That's a 3-4 player. Like, I've talked before about how Will Anderson was created in a lab to play in a 4-3. Nolan Smith is a scheme fit. It's kind of like how Tyree Wilson can fit in a 3-4, but you're going to have to work a little bit, right, to get him to fit. That's okay. You will do the work. Tyree Wilson is worth it. But I would tell you that I think Miles Murphy makes a lot more sense in a 4-3. I think that JSN is pretty much like one of the only receivers that I could argue that the Bears would find good enough to need. That's the key here, right? As soon as JSN is off the table, the only real other receiver at a specific slot that I have in mind, besides like the 4th round, or 3rd or 4th round, where I want Jaden Reed, and frankly won't be surprised if he goes in the 2nd. I just can't draft him there. Not me, like me personally. I would think about Jordan Addison if he somehow fell to 32nd or something like that. Like if the Bears managed to get the pick back. But that's all theory crafting, right? That's all maybes. Like, within this, it's a matter of what receiver do you need and when do you need him? And I think that the Bears need a top shelf receiver if they're going to get one. That's the key here, New Poster. The Bears don't just need a receiver. They don't need Michael Wilson just to add Michael Wilson and make Robert feel better. They don't need Josh Downs just to add Josh Downs and make Robert feel better. They don't specifically need a slot. They don't specifically need anything. What JSN theoretically gives you, I think he's got a little bit more inside-outside versatility than I I expected to see. The Bear, or like, he got lined up on not the outside of the formation 85% of the time. I'm well aware that he would be best used in the slot. He, in 2 receiver combinations, could win on the outside. He's got the receiving ability to do it, and I've seen him play against press too many times in 2021 to think that he can't. But this person, because I love the player. We're talking about one of my favorite guys. Like, Alex, I'll tell you that I think if you're talking about tight end, like you mean Dalton Kincaid or Michael Mayer, I think that those guys don't show out near as much as, like, I think that JSN is way better a receiver than Jaden Reed, and I like Jaden Reed. I think, Alex, that you'd be surprised at how similar Cameron Latu is to Dalton Kincaid. Not that they are the same, not that they are on the same level, but that from a grades perspective, if Dalton Kincaid is an A- receiving tight end for a West Coast system at the 240-pound archetype, that Cameron Latu is a B-, even if you can get him in the 4th round, instead of a C- or something like that. The drop-off between who you could get high and who you could get in the middle is completely different. It mirrors center a little bit more, in my opinion. And to me, that makes it more tantalizing to theoretically get there later. But all that to say, the Bears need an edge rusher. The Bears need a 3 technique. The Bears need at least 1 offensive lineman, whether it's inside or outside. I'd love it if they got 2. Like, let's see. That's the thing, though, new poster. I don't think the Bears are going to keep this group. That's why we're thinking about 2024, because if the Bears hand Darnell Mooney $18 million a year, which he'd be verifiable to ask for, and like if the Bears hand Darnell Mooney $18 million a year, and DJ Moore comes in and justifiably asks for a raise, which he could get, now you're paying 2 receivers $43 million, and the ability to add a receiver in the 1st or 2nd round or 3rd round that's cost controlled. Like, it's not both, new poster. It's both at the same time. Like, I would tell you that I think that it seems so. Before DJ Moore, the Bears had 2 receivers and a projected rookie. That made sense, didn't it? So you could theoretically think Quentin Johnston, think Jordan Addison, think JSN, think Jalen Hyatt. Like, you could think all these kinds of people that could go to the Bears, and you'd have an extended Chase Claypool at $17 million a year. You'd have an extended Darnell Mooney at $18 million a year, and a rookie. It's not a cheap wide receiver room at $40 million, but that's 3 players. That's 3 good players. Sure. DJ Moore comes along, new poster, and it gets harder to pay all of them, right? Like, that's the trouble, is now you're talking about paying 3 receivers. I don't know of any team that's done that. Like, the Eagles have paid 2. I think paying 2 is becoming the norm. Even then, a lot of teams have 1, and then they draft another, right? Robert Knox, you say that. I think Mooney is quite a bit better than Jacoby Myers. Jacoby Myers won't sniff a 1,000-yard season. He may get up to 700. But I think Mooney's way more versatile and does a lot more things within the receiving game because he's more athletic than Jacoby Myers is. Like, gotta remember, we're talking about a UDFA versus somebody who did get drafted. Say what you will about how pedigree is silly. Like, Mooney had the athleticism. He's shown the technique and the willingness to improve. And he's one of those guys that strikes me as an all-ball guy. Like you say, or John, that's interesting. Like, let's see. You mean Bengals might pay 3 if they pay Higgins? Well, at that point, wouldn't they be paying, like, oh, you're saying because they paid Tyler Boyd? I get you. New poster, I hear what you mean. I mean, it's not impossible, but I also wouldn't be surprised if, I don't know. I mean, we get some examples to totally honor what you're saying. You know me. I want to work through to find the proper thought one way or another. Like, you could do that. Washington is paying 4 defensive linemen. Well, 3 with Chase Young. But there'd be a lot of people that would say, how on earth are you going to pay $90 million for your defensive line? Here they are. So it's not impossible. The problem is that what do you think, new poster, a wide receiver room of DJ Moore, Darnell Mooney, and Chase Claypool ranks at the NFL level? Because I don't think it's as high as you think it is. I love me some DJ Moore, but I don't think that that's any better than maybe 8th in the NFL. And I need to look through to actually determine it, but I think a lot of this comes from the fact that I probably think of Chase Claypool a little differently than you do. I love Chase Claypool's potential. I really do. Like, I didn't say all that stuff last season for nothing. And I'm not trying to be too overreactionary. It's more that when we actually watched Chase Claypool on the football field, and when we watched the way he integrated and or failed to integrate within like the Bears offense, it makes me wonder what's going on. Because I get it. Maybe he was rehabbing injury. Maybe. That's possible. Why was he coming off the bench to play with the third string in that Week 16 game? Were they holding him out to flat tank? Like, were they keeping Chase Claypool out to tank? Maybe. But then why have Justin Fields out if you're going to keep Chase Claypool out to tank? We've gone over pieces of this before. It's more like, because that's the thing, new poster. I hear you. I want you to know that I hear you. That's ideally what the $35 million in cap space is supposed to fix. And if it helps right now, they're not starting Dominique Robinson at edge. They're starting Travis Gibson, which is going to make you feel so much better, isn't it? And and DeMarcus Walker. Like, I know it's not much better. That's the shell game that you're talking about. Maybe they add, like, it wouldn't surprise me if they're going to add a starting edge in the draft, whether that's a second rounder, a first rounder, or a third rounder. We'll see. But they're going to they're going to grab a starting edge that they can play. They're going to grab at least one starting interior lineman, whether that's Keanu Benton, whether that's Carl Brooks, whether that's, I don't know, what's the guy that everybody's talking about all of a sudden? Isaiah McKenzie out of Missouri, I think it is. Like, whether it's Yaya Diaby, like, it's tough. It's tough to know. And Derek, I'll do you one better. You mentioned that the Claypool situation is hard to predict because we don't know what the Bears were expecting to see. Derek, worse. I don't know. Do y'all know Mason West? I know Mason West. He's a great dude. Does bare bones on this channel. Like, Mason works with athletes. So, like, it's not about, like, when Mason says something on Twitter, like, y'all should listen. Not because not everything he says is some piece of crazy sourced information. And I'm not about to let anybody know. It's more to say, if you've ever listened to Bare Bones, it's clear he knows his stuff. And it's clear he's not just going off the top of his head. One thing Mason talked to me about at one point was he was like, man, you forget how much, like, of this game comes down to locker room. And I don't think that the Steelers got rid of Chase Claypool because he wasn't talented on a football field. Like, the question becomes, Derek, is Chase Claypool fitting in with the locker room? And man, I don't know anything. All I'll tell you is that if you go back and you watch some of those Bears mic'd up videos, like, you'll see everybody, go back and watch the Miami game, and you'll see everybody celebrating with Justin Fields. Let me see if I can find it. That huge touchdown. I'm pretty sure everybody runs up to tap up Justin Fields except Chase Claypool. And hey, I don't know anything. Like, am I reading too much into it? Yes. I don't know. But, like, I wonder how he fits in the locker room, because that's a completely different question than whether he's a good football player, but it's a very important question to whether he's going to remain on the team. Does that make sense, Derek? Because I really think that that's the X factor that a lot of people don't talk about, is like, is Chase Claypool going to the extra workouts that Justin Fields holds? Like, Robert, you're right. He did. I'm remembering that now, that Miami, that's the one he did. But, like, let's see, like, because that's the thing, AC Adam, you mentioned that, like, Chase Claypool is coming onto a team that is basically completing the what do you call it? ND, Notre Dame, like the Fighting Irish set. Like, Chase Claypool's on the team, and one of his best friends is Cole Kmet, so to speak. They all went to a Bulls game together. Oh yeah, they're doing all the public appearances. Like, I don't know. Like, that's the piece of the Claypool ad that we can't know about. I'm speculating and casting doubt, not because I know anything, but because it brings up the idea of, like, what don't we know? The answer's a lot of things. Like with Jalen Carter, we think it's a risk. Polls may think it's not a risk at all. Like, they talked to the guy. right? Like, they may have sat down. What, you think that Ryan Poles and Matt Eberflus didn't sit down with Jalen Carter and say, son, are you ready to work? Like, you think that they didn't sit down and say all the classic things like, you know, son, here in Chicago, man, my Southern's coming out. I've dealt with too many Southern football coaches. I don't know what a Midwestern football coach sounds like, so I'm just going to stick with the Texas thing. They'd say, son, here in Chicago, we don't come to, we don't dance around. We're not spending time talking to the media. You understand what I'm saying, son? We don't come here to be stars. We're here to win football games. Like it you think they didn't have these conversations? If the Bears were drafting Jalen Carter, he didn't sit there and say, Coach, come on. I'm Jalen Carter. I just got out of prison. Like, I don't need any of that. Like, you got to think that he sat there, say what you will, because I bet it's hokey, but I bet it's accurate. He said, yes, sir. He said, I've always wanted to play for a team like the Bears. He said all kinds of things like that. Like, I don't know. I mean, it's the kind of thing that I look at and say, if the Bears draft Jalen Carter, I tend to offer the benefit of the doubt to the guys that spoke to him because their jobs are the ones on the line. We can sit here and say, Jalen Carter is a huge question mark. That's probably what Dolphins fans said about Laramie Tunsil, right? That's probably not what 49ers fans said about Reuben Foster. I actually think he was known as being a super stand-up dude before he ended up finding his way out of the NFL due to legal trouble. Like, it's, I don't know. It gets weird because Derek, to circle back, to not get totally lost to the sauce here, there's a lot of stuff about this game that you or me do not have the access to the information to know. Like, for instance, I'll say this one more time, just because I caught fire from it from Lions Twitter. I remember sitting in the combine room, so excited that I got to be there. By the way, so cool. Like, and I was sitting at the end of the combine day, and nobody out there, like, hey, my wife needs me. I'll be right here, or I'll be right back. You guys are great and wild. 71 stick-arounders. I'm a huge fan of just the stick-to-itness. Let's see. So let's see. The running back is low on, or about as low on list of needs as a quarterback. I'll tell you guys that I think a receiving running back makes a lot more sense than a runner back, because I think Herbert is that runner back. I just think running back is something that I don't know. I think you can get a really good running back in the fifth. Same thing as the tight ends. You can get a good running back in the fifth. You can get a sweet running back earlier than the fifth, but I don't think it's a position of priority, if that makes sense. Let's go a little higher up so I can get catch where everybody is at. Let's see how to think about Cansey. I like Cansey. I don't think Cansey is going to feel like the pick that a lot of Bears fans want, because I know a lot of Bears fans want tackle, I think very justifiably. I have come around to this idea that skimping on tackle is a silly way to go about business. That you can skimp on one of them. You get one budget tackle. What is going on in the world of sports? I decided to exile myself from sports after staying up until 1 a.m. watching my hometown Dallas Stars lose in overtime on home ice, which hurt. It's always funny. I know I'm talking to Chicago fans, so for any of the Chicago guys that and gals that have really put on your Midwestern pants, let me see, that you used to watch those Blackhawks games, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, that would stretch to triple overtime. I remember there was a Blackhawks Nashville game in particular that stretched to triple overtime when I was in school. You know the feeling of just hockey overtime. It's awesome. It's electric. It's less electric when it's your team, because it's mostly fear and worrying about what bad bounce is going to make you lose. And by the way, if you're enjoying the stream, like the stream, always helps. Just helps me, if anything, know whether the show's coming out well. This one's basically been a 3-hour interactive podcast. Is a second round OT skimping Bergeron? Eric, great question. Believe it or not, I was surprised at this too. Josh Sunderbuck of WCG and The Athletic did basically a article of on basically round by round performance based on certain position types. And what they found is, if you want a Pro Bowler, 84% of Pro Bowlers at tackle were selected in the first round. And at tackle specifically, for failure rate, which was another thing that Josh looked at, he saw that while first round tackles have, as much a failure rate as anything else, second round tackles have they struggle to stick as a starter more than second round position players at most other positions. So I was surprised to see that. The gist that it seems like is, if you are a second round tackle, you get drafted in the first round. Think about it as everything kicks up a little bit. Right, Eric? It's if you are a mid first round tackle named Paris Johnson, you get drafted in the high first round. And if you are a mid to low first round tackle named Broderick Jones or Darnell Wright, you get drafted in the mid first round. And if you are a late first round tackle, or maybe even, as Brandon Thorne has him, a high second round tackle named Anton Harrison, you get drafted in the mid to late first round. And if you are a second round tackle, a true stout second round tackle, which somebody asked earlier, I got to talk about the Skoronski part. I didn't get to talk about the Bergeron part. Bergeron's a tackle because his feet are good enough. He's got requisite arm length, which is just a leverage battle. So it helps him win against against most defensive ends of different shapes and sizes. Or at least put up a good fight against them, and because he recovers well and blocks really well in the run game. When you watch his tape, in my opinion, it's not that Skoronski can't play tackle. If somehow there was a rule that you had to play tackle if your name was Peter Skoronski, Skoronski would hang. Anyways, so all this to say that I find myself, Eric, thinking that first round. Let me see. Yes, demo. Thank you. I would love to go over that. So I'm at the combine, so excited to be there. I'm sitting with a bunch of Lions fans. Everybody else has left the media room. Envision a big room with a bunch of podiums. It's like 8 podiums, right? And GMs and head coaches are speaking in pairs. And nobody cared about the Lions, probably because they were late in the day. A bunch of people were tired. We'd all gotten there at 8 in the morning. I don't know what the stamina of a normal media person's like. I'm a blogger, so I don't know the tempo. I was learning it. But so I knew that there were a bunch of GMs talking, and like they were going to take questions, and I frankly was trying to learn how to do questions, because for those of you who don't know, these pressers are crazy to try to get a question in. And at one point in the middle of Brad Holmes's presser, somebody asked him a layup question that I'd heard before. Stop me if you've been a Bears fan long enough to have heard this question before. But he goes, Brad, tell me how excited you are about Jameson Williams. I mean, having a player like that coming off of injury, I mean, that's got to make you feel like you've got an extra first-round pick, right? And my brain immediately went to, oh, you got to be kidding me. Like, stop what, Foster, by the way. But so my brain immediately went to, wow, that sounds like Kevin White. And Brad said, well, we feel good. We're glad that we got to get him into a game, but then again, he's got to be more we've got to make sure that everybody's accountable, that Jameson knows what we're doing for him, and that we know what that Jameson is doing his part. And I sat there and I was like, you got a softball question and you talked about accountability and talked about it afterwards. Hung out with a couple guys, talking about it. I don't know. Maybe I heard nothing. Maybe I heard something. But it surprised me that there may be trouble there in Detroit. Just with Jameson Williams' work ethic. I can't speak to anything because I don't know anything. But it was more to say, Damo, that I can't remember how that was supposed to connect. But I remember that I was going to talk about how, I think there may be trouble in Detroit with Jameson Williams. Oh, I remember now. We were connecting this to Claypool. And a bunch of Lions fans would not have it. They're mad. They're mad. At the idea that anybody would suggest that there's trouble in paradise going on with Detroit. But we don't know how these guys mesh within the locker room. And we're not going to. So there's some answers to this kind of thing that we just, I don't know. There's an element of wait and see. There's an element of who's to say what goes on behind closed doors. There's an element of what creates the performances that we do and don't see on the field, and everything in between. I think football is even more complicated than the game on the field. And the game on the field's complicated enough. Be just one moment. All right, we are going to do a couple of mock drafts, and then I got to probably go be a dad for a little while. So we'll close up shop here in a bit. But thank you guys for hanging with me. Is there anything that y'all don't want to, or anything that y'all specifically want to or don't want to cover within mock drafting? Because I think that there's a bunch of scenarios that we can go over. Let's take a look at, let's go mock draft later. We'll do a couple on a couple different sites, because I think the different sites help us create a web for what kind of board we can anticipate. Let's go PFF mock draft simulator. Let's go Bears. Let's go 6-round mock draft. Let's go not Lightspeed, for crying out loud. What are the default settings? I don't know. Yes, exactly, Christopher. I want to start by going over the supposed trade that I've heard about. So let's talk, you know what? First, let's trade the board. Or let's feel the board out. Stroud, Young, Anderson, Richardson, Wilson, Carter, Witherspoon, Levis. So that means that we've got, 4 quarterbacks off the board? Quarterback, quarterback, and then we've got Jalen Carter off the board, so we're in our classic trade down spot, right? We go to take a look at this, and the two offers are 23 and 35. And at this point, I don't know what the Bears will do, because I think the Bears want to get out of the pick. Like, if I had to guess, I mean, we've seen first of all, I'm right there with you, Eric. Like, I'm exactly with you, Eric, or Alex, by the way, where I don't think that this is great. I will tell you what, I think that I disagree with the board a little bit. Hey, that's fine. Like, I don't know if anybody's coming up for Peter Skoronski, but I think somebody might come up for Christian Gonzalez. I think Gonzalez is a flat dude. And, like, I actually don't think Devin Witherspoon is going to be the first one, drafted. Like, I think the best corner in this class is Christian Gonzalez. I like Devin Witherspoon. I don't think it's that close. It's the Sauce versus Stingley thing a little bit. Like, Gonzalez flat rules. And so it won't surprise me to see him up there. It's a bummer to see literally all the edges go when they did, but that's how it breaks sometimes. Pick 8 being quarterback, I think is really interesting. Both, Eric, would be super awesome. I'm interested to see, taking a look a little bit further down the board, just because when people talk about it being a weak draft, there's part of me that gets it. I don't think a lot of these people at the top 10 are necessarily like old school top 10 picks, right? Like the guys that you would put a first round grade on, so to speak, but that's how it goes. And like you're saying, Alex, what I wonder is, would the Steelers come up to take the tackle of their choosing? Like, do they have a specific tackle? Maybe it's Broderick Jones that they're like, that's the guy. Would somebody trade up for Skoronski? I doubt it, but I guess you never know. I do think he's the separator of the group. Like, PFF's board can't necessarily pick an absolutely wild amount of needs, but there's some guesses, right? If the Bears get boxed in here, I think that they're going to make a choice between, do they take their favorite tackle of whatever group that is? So that could be Paris Johnson. It might be Darnell Wright. Like, there's a decent chance that the Bears take a look at this and think to themselves that the tiebreaker in all of this is that Darnell Wright played RT. Sometimes we think too hard, right? If the Bears think Darnell Wright, Paris Johnson, and he's not on here, so Braxton Jones Broderick Jones are roughly the same level of prospect, I would not be surprised if they defer to the guy that's actually played the position that they're going to be playing, or like that they're going to be playing. Let's see, Eric, you mentioned you'd have been fine with Skoronski at G before Jenkins said he was moving to LG. I agree with you. I also think Jenkins moving to LG makes a lot of sense. Alex, I'm with you, or like, I hear what you're saying on taking Gonzalez. I personally think there's too much value in this specific system for a corner later in the draft. I would box myself into tackle because at least you get what you want, but I would hear more offers than the offer that we get here. Look, I get it. You can't control the board. You can't control who trades down with you. But given PFF's board, I'm going to do what I want to do. Okay? Let's make this draft fun. Let's see how Robert deals with, or what happens with the board. Does it screw everything up if Robert takes JSN? I'm going to. So now the Bears are pretty much locked in to take a tackle a little further down the board. So let's see. Zay, Deontay, Brian Burr. Let's slow it down a little bit so we can really just soak this in. Cam Smith, Anton Harrison, pick 31. Okay. Ringo, and let's Drew Sanders, Gibbs, Hendon Hooker, Cody Mock off the board, JMS. Jack Campbell's going to be money wherever he plays. Josh Downs, Steve Avila. Darnell Washington is off the board. RIP us. Matthew Bergeron goes at pick 50. So now here's a board as we've got it. If it's me, I'm probably taking Tyreek Stevenson. Maybe I'll take a Julius Brents, but I think Stevenson is a better player at this point. Let's see. Why does Jenkins moving to LG make sense? Just curious. Jay Sanders, it's because in very small, like in a very short package of saying it, I think Gibbs makes sense because, or not Gibbs, Jenkins moving to LG makes sense because he learned right guard in less than a couple of weeks. So I think he can learn left guard over a year, given that he's been switching his footwork to the left from the right side literally every year of his life and going all the way back to college. He's played on the left side and the right side in pretty much equal measure. Nate Davis hasn't. So I think that it makes more sense, as weird as it is, because you have to pull one guy out of position either way. But Jenkins doesn't have a position yet. He hasn't played two positions in one season, or he hasn't played one position 2 seasons in a row. I got it backwards. So given that he has yet to play 2 consecutive seasons at one position, even stretching back to college where he set up to play left tackle and then played right tackle, and then in Bears camp he set up to play left tackle and finally played, I think it was left tackle, and then he got moved to right guard, and then he got like flipped back to left guard, or like theoretically you flip him back to left guard. It's a lot of moving. It's not fair, but it is interesting nevertheless. So let's see. I'm not going to try to cheat the board. I'm going to take the best player that I can envision the Bears getting. I want to take a look at who they've got on defensive line just to jog my memory. Let's get this. Let's get edge defense. Man. Okay, if it was me and I'm sitting here at 53, I think that the Bears probably want an edge rusher. They've got JSN. I'm thinking that the Bears are going to take a specific player. Alex, I probably would go Brents, but I'm trying to be the Bears who just took a skill player at wide receiver, and they probably want some juice in the trenches. So I'm between, just so that we can talk it out, I'm between Benton, who's going to play that Grover Stewart 1-tech, 3-tech role, start at 1-tech, but if the front bumps, you shift to 3-tech, or I'm going to take Isaiah Foskey. Personally, I think Benton's the better player. I think Benton's got more ability to play in this scheme. Both of them are good players, but I think that you get more mileage out of Benton, who, best case scenario, he blossoms as a 3-tech, and then you get another 3-tech on top of that. Yes, Brandon, that's exactly right. But so I'm going to take Benton. It sucks that we lose out on Brents, but we may get Brents anyways, and we go a little further down the board. We lose Keon White, who's another great example. Frankly, I would have taken Keon White had I noticed he was there. This is where I hate. In some of these cases, I absolutely hate the way that things get drawn up because I don't get to look at my whole board because I panic sitting with you guys. Keon White, if he falls to 53, this is a player that you've got the Robert Schmitz check mark on. I think Keon White's a little on the old side. Keanu Benton is also somebody who I really, really like, and I'm trying as best I can to spread the love a little bit. And by spread the love, I mean talk about more names than one. Look, I could just go through the same mock draft over and over and over. What's the fun in that, right? Nobody learns anything. Keon White is a 24-year-old that played at one point at Old Dominion, shifted to Georgia Tech. He's played on the outside. He's played on the inside. He's big. He's long. He plays longer. He plays bigger. He plays violent. He plays fast. He plays physical. Like, there's a ton to like in Benton's game. He's converted tight end, as I understand. Somebody in the chat, maybe Alex, you know more about the draft, it seems like, than I do, knows when he converted from tight end, but he was a tight end at one point. And that matters to me because I think it lends credence to the idea that this guy can grow even further than this. I think you're getting a 4-3 defensive end. I think best case scenario, he becomes a 4-3 3-tech, and that you've got an interior player from there. It's going to take some time. But either way, he's really good on the defensive end at this point. Of course, if like King Foster, you lost Benton. I'm bummed that we lost Brents. See, I took the gamble, Alex, that Brents was going to fall to 61, and that while we were going to lose Tyreek Stevenson, that we were at least going to get Julius Brents, and the Bengals took him. So screw Cincinnati. We have a blood feud with Cincinnati now. We're on the clock with 61. I don't want to do any trade backs because that's silly. Like it's just, look, you could game the trade backs thing. Let's leave it for polls. I'll do one trade back scenario at the top of the draft in some of these mocks, and that's it. Like, just for the ease of use. If the board falls like this, and we take a look around, it's time to add. We might take Foskey. I'm gonna take Foskey because let me take a really hard look just to be sure. Jordan, that's the thing. Normally, I'm an ageist. I want to know why it took this long. And with somebody like Darius Rush, it took this long because he was a wide receiver. With somebody like Keon White, it took this long because he was a tight end, converted, played at Old Dominion, proved himself at Georgia Tech. Like, there's a lot of ways, there's a lot of reasons that I look. And I think to myself, Jordan, there are a lot of people that hated on Keon White for good reason because Daniel Jeremiah put him in like the top 10, right? He's not a top 10 player, but near the 50s? This is good value now. At least that's my 2 cents. So taking a look at defensive line and edge defense in one bucket, we got some good players here. I'm not going to cheat the board, I promise. But so, like, let's see. Just reminding myself who's here, because Foskey's a good player. We could add him. Maybe you think you could get some helpful edge defense down the board. The big guys that I'm looking at right now are Joe Tipman is really interesting to me. Zach Charbonnet is on the mind. Foskey is on the mind. Michael Wilson fits this defense or offense super well for what I know I would look for in like a 4th/3rd wide receiver. Isaiah McGuire is really interesting. I haven't watched him enough. There's a couple guys that I need to watch more, and he's one of them. I've heard he's long, bendy, basically another version of Zach Harrison. In fact, let me take a look at this. This does not encapsulate an entire football player, but Isaiah McGuire, draftable, and I absolutely butchered his spelling too. So let's see. Oh, we got arm length. We got tiny little hand size. We've got solid jumps and a poor 3 cone. Yep, definitely need to take a look so that I know what's going on. But that's defensive end. Like, that's certainly a DE's weight. And so maybe he's the target. You could go. I think Foskey's another interesting defensive end type. Needs to learn to harness his power a little bit more, but nothing crazy there. I really wonder, Alex, that's mock draftable. And it is super awesome. Love the spider charts. But so my heart says Tipman. My head says edge defender. So we're going to go with my head on this one. I'm going to go with Isaiah Foskey here at 62 because we're going to reach. We're going to take Wanya Morris. And the reason for that is because we're talking about a 5-star player. Look, do I need to say more than pointing out comparisons to Broderick Jones, and then you go to Broderick Jones, and he compares to, who is this that I'm looking for? Like, there's one of these where when you look at the comparisons, he literally compares, there it is, to Braxton. Like right there. Wanya Morris and Braxton Jones share a very similar physical profile. Obviously, they're looking at huge, broad jumps, solid vertical. The 40 doesn't mean a ton to me for an offensive lineman, but you've got wild arm length, which matters to the Bears. He's very raw, but he's a former 5-star recruit. I'm actually gaming the board. I don't think Wanya lasts near that long, in my opinion. I mean, in my opinion, John, I'll tell you that I wouldn't surprise me to see Wanya Morris around the 50s. Because again, we are talking about a 5-star a 5-star offensive lineman that has measurables out the wazoo, super raw, has a lot to clean up. He's not as young as you'd hope that he would be. There is all kinds of reasons to think he should be the 90th player on the board. I think GMs are going to look past a lot of that. They're going to see physical traits like crazy. The Bears, even more for the Bears, Wanya plays right tackle or played right tackle in school. And Sean, you mentioned 10-yard split for offensive line. His 10-yard split is great within that. I'm not saying that. I think if the Bears took not a tackle high, Wanya is the name that they have circled on the board. And John, it wouldn't surprise me to see signing a starting right tackle after the draft. Cam Fleming, Isaiah Wynn, guys are out there, right? It's just a matter of getting them. And so then here in the 4th round, after that big rant on tight ends, if we don't add a pick, I want to at least take a look at my options. I love the fact that Schoonmaker's here. I'm probably going to take, I did too much ranting. I'm probably going to pick Schoonmaker because I love him. I think you can get a really good player in Schoonmaker, and then you can drop a little bit further. Taking a look, I think Tyler Scott might be a name that they're interested in. He's a very fast wide receiver in Cincinnati that basically got played at a position. They're going to think about Roschon Johnson. I wish that they had room to think about Ji'Ayer Brown, but I don't think they're going to. Christopher Smith is underrated. Parker Washington is really weird. that's one name that I just wanted to talk about because I've heard a lot of people ask me about Parker Washington, and Parker Washington is small, and he doesn't really win like a standard slot. He's surprisingly heavy, so he's pretty much completely immune to jams because he's just way heavier than you would think he would be at his size. And his breaks are really interesting. I love that Renner has Dorian Williams listed up here. This is actually pretty much what I thought of him. I was like, I love a good old-fashioned coverage linebacker. And Dorian Williams has all the makings of a really good coverage linebacker. Like, quick to the ball, plays with anticipation. Yeah, he's a little small. Every linebacker in the draft this year is a little small. Seeing Morrow rocket up is really interesting. I do think he's going to be that, like, defensive interior guy that the Bears could potentially draft if we hadn't taken Benton, which I think we did. So there are some that, like, you move them off the board purely because you took somebody else. But let's see here. Maybe we take Zavala, maybe. But I think that the Bears need like either a center or they need a center guard. And I don't think Zavala can play center for you, which is fine. Doesn't bother me. Like, I'm going to take Shuney at this point. I agree with you, Sean. Like, Parker catches all kinds of things, and that's great. The problem that I have with Parker is that I don't think he separates. I don't think he's got, if memory serves, it's agility. Like, I need to look at my draft notes. Hang on. While the draft is running, I will check my draft notes so that I can see what I said about him. Yes. I think he struggles to sink. What I specifically have on Parker Washington is that I think he struggles to sink his hips and drive on angular routes, like 50 or 90 degree routes. He's only an okay blocker. He's very inconsistent. I love his releases. Like, he is an artist at the line of scrimmage for releases, which is really awesome. I mean, watching him release off the line of scrimmage is really, really fun. I think he has great hands, catches all kinds of things. The other question that I have with Parker Washington, because if memory serves, he didn't test, is I'm actually not convinced, Sean, that he's crazy fast. So if we're talking about a slot burner without much burn, how does he win? Where does he win? Right? I think he's interesting because, okay, Sean, to use an example, because I'm not saying the Bears take him, but I'm saying even further, like just talking about the player, this kind of reminds me of, believe it or not, Mitch Trubisky. Because Mitch Trubisky, okay, I'm going to use some gamer terms here. So hopefully we've got some gamers in here that can help me convert this to like normal English. I think Parker Washington is a very poorly min-maxed character, where I think a lot of what Parker's good at befit an outside receiver, but a lot of Parker's height, weight, and the way that he moves don't befit an inside receiver. He's kind of in that Velus Jones region, but Velus would beat him 100 times out of 100 in a foot race. Like, maybe he would win once because Velus tripped, but it's tough out there for a guy who's got the play style that befits being fast, and he's not that fast. So I picked Shuney, for those who don't know, because I love his size speed combo, and he blocks like a maniac. So I think that gives the Bears some serious advantages. It's not Darnell Washington, and I know there'd be a lot of people that would be a lot happier with exactly the same kind of pick for Darnell Washington, but it's a fourth rounder that I think comes in and ultimately might displace one of the two tight ends on the roster with surprising quickness, because I do think he'll get open. CB is an interesting one. Let's see. What do we got on the board? Because theoretically, you could go running back. Moro Ajomo, getting him at like 33 would be interesting, just because you need a rotation of guys. Like, I haven't watched Corey Trice, so I can't speak for him. If you like him, we can take him. I don't think you have to force Tyler Scott if you don't have to. Let's see who went where. Did we lose my guy? Kuntz is gone. That's a great spot for Kuntz. I remember when Jalen Jones was still a first rounder. Eric, that's the thing. I wonder. Yeah, 100% Bennett. I do think like that Bennett. I think that happens in the draft more than people realize. Is a very good collegiate football player, ends up a fish out of water in the NFL because they aren't good enough at the things that they need to be good at, but they're not bad enough at things that they didn't need to be good at to where people recognize they're still a good football player. My favorite example, Mitch Trubisky. Mitch Trubisky is one of the most talented quarterbacks that has his points in the wrong skills. Like, Mitch Trubisky didn't have the intermediate and deep accuracy to play in a play-action one-read offense, but it didn't feel like he had the confidence and the decision-making quickness to play in a, like, quick-fire, short-pass West Coast offense either. He could throw pretty well on the move, but he tended to miss a non-moving defender when he was extending the play. Like, there's so many weird things with Mitch Trubisky where for everything that you got, you lost something else that you needed, or you couldn't chain two attributes together. Whereas, at the very least, Justin Fields, for instance, not only has exceptional top speed, but exceptional burst. He not only has exceptional velocity, but he's got relatively solid deep and intermediate accuracy, which befits a quarterback that has exceptional velocity. He's got exceptional pocket toughness for a quarterback that is going to have a longer release and therefore take a bunch of hits. There are a bunch of pieces to Fields' game that cobble together into a, like, Fields cobbles together into a quarterback that makes sense for how he should succeed and how he should play. Not everything's going to be easy, right? There are some things that Fields flat out can't do. He just doesn't have the release to do that thing that Josh Allen does, where he just goes and like just chucks the ball and it's on a frozen rope 28 yards down the field. What Fields can do is get out of the pocket and become a blur in the open field, run a scramble drill. That play against the Eagles that he had where he, like, he got outside the pocket this way and then he the defender came down and Fields threw it over the top. I'm not saying it'll be that easy forever. Here, I'll draw it this way. Like, it won't be that easy forever, but that's the kind of play that Fields theoretically can make and should be able to make forever, partially because of, not forever, for 5 to 6 years, because that's what his skill set befits. He needs to take steps as a pocket passer. I personally think the team needs to meet him in the middle. That's something I don't think I've said on this show enough. I don't want to make it sound like the team needs to coddle Fields. I don't want that. Unfortunately, we've seen that movie before. I want the team to meet Fields in the middle. It is implied Fields needs to get better. Do we all agree? Like, it is obvious and implied that while Fields grew last year, and we chronicled a lot of the ways that Fields was stepping up and producing points out of what felt like thin air, partially because he was getting better, the stats have to come up. The team can meet him in the middle, though. We can get him a line with 5 functional linemen. We can get him a line that allows for a functional game plan. We can get him a functional room of receivers that supports whatever state the line is in. Weapons. Like, not weapons per se, but like, we can give the play caller a group of offensive players that allow him to call a game so that, or like call a game to a strength of his offense rather than catering to the weaknesses of his offense on every given play call. And within that, that's what I would hope that the Bears have gotten to have been able to do. We'll have to see. I can't force Corey Trice because I don't know Corey Trice, if I can be honest with you guys. What I would probably do here at pick 133, because we're going with a little bit more of like words, Robert. Let's see. Did we lose our guy? We might have. Where did he go? Stromberg's going at 128. There it is. Okay, so we lost Ricky Stromberg, which really bums me out. Emil Ekiyor could be an interesting project, but I'm not going too crazy over him. Jarrett Patterson's another name that I don't really want to stick with if I don't have to. Have a good one, Marshall. I'll catch you soon. So then let's see. Yeah, walking down the board does not help me out here. Probably got to find a way to take center earlier or catch a little bit more luck. Bears could go with a running back here if they felt so inclined, just because they've got 2 picks coming up back to back. Basically try to add a little bit of juice. Maybe Deuce Vaughn is a little bit of that juice. Maybe Eric Gray is a little bit of that juice. Evan Hull is basically just like strapping rocket boots to a running back, but not big rocket boots. I don't know much about Kendre Miller, unfortunately. Tyler Scott is another pick that I could pick because I know his name and I know his game. But honestly, we're just a little on the stuck side just because you get down to this point and like I know scattered names, but I don't know enough of them. Let's see. Sean Tucker, third down specialist. What is Sean Tucker? Who is Sean Tucker? Let's see. Sean Tucker. Ooh, he's running back. I like Gray. I really do. Let's see. He leads the league in explosive runs. Yeah, that ain't bad. Maybe the Bears go in that direction. Let's see here. Because I'm not a huge Keaton Mitchell guy. Jacorian Bennett is super just okay. Maybe that's the direction that they would want to go, but I don't think so. And I do think that they need like a I think they need an explosive generator. So, Eric, I'll take what you're saying about how Kendre Miller is an explosives creator, and at 133, the Bears will go with Kendre Miller. So then Tyler Scott goes, Owen Popoe goes, we're back on the board. I literally don't know a doggone thing about Corey Trice. So if he has, let's see, he's 6'3", he's 206, he's built like a linebacker that plays corners, beats, press, blah, sure. I'll take a look at him because he could be just the big, long corner project. And if the project doesn't work, the project doesn't work. But if Corey Trice somehow falls there, I don't know, maybe. Again, I am not going to swear as if I know that guy 100%. But I could understand. Like, Mekhi Blackman would be another name at corner that I've actually scouted that he's got some fluidity to him. He's got solid hand power. I wouldn't say he wowed at the Senior Bowl. He held his own at the Senior Bowl. And so within that, like, there's part of me that would look at a guy like him and think, hey, maybe this is a coach him up defensive back at the very top of the 5th round. You get a little further down now, and let's see, who do we have? Because chances are you're not looking, or like you're looking for value wherever you can get it. Yaya Diaby is certainly an interesting project name. Remind me, how much does he weigh? 263. That's, you know what? That's not that bad. That's really not for the defense that we're trying to run. Let's see. Anybody further down? Because we already have a tight end. You definitely don't need 2 tight ends. And we want to get off the board as much as we can, or like as much as anything else. I think if things get really down there, it would be interesting to see DTR in the Bears offensive scheme. Oh, we don't have a 6th-round pick? Thank God. Let's see. Trey Dean. I'm probably forever, I'm going to remain roughly a top 100 pick guy. I hope we can all be content with that. There are going to be these amazing people like Jacob Infante that are going to know everybody and everybody. They're going to know 330 people. I will do like my best to cobble together like a solid, sound top 100 list. It's probably not going to be perfect because if I didn't watch 400, how do I know the top 100? But just in the future, I can feel it where it's like, I like the draft, but especially once you get way, way further down. Yeah, Alex, I agree. Like I went with Corey because I didn't check the CB board. I probably would have gone with Mekhi because I like him, but I also would have told you at the time that I would have been going Mekhi, like, because I knew his name. Corey is a name that I need to take a look at because he's big and long, and big and long corners, I think, are going to get Matty Reflus's attention. So taking a look at this, Deuce Vaughn, if they hadn't already drafted a running back, is interesting. I'll take Yaya Diaby. He's a name that's awfully fun. Big project at edge defender. And then the Bears at this point, here, I'll go turbo mode. I would like to point out, we drafted Jackson Smith-Jigba, and we managed to cobble together a decent draft. Rate it. Before we move on to the next board, what do you think? Did this haul come out in a way that you would, yeah, no kidding, FA. It's insane. It is insane. Like, did we come out with a draft haul that you personally find interesting? Tell me. Because I'll tell you that I think that there's a decent chance that in this draft, what is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guys by the end of the year play meaningful minutes for the Chicago Bears. A lot of that's because of need, but with Benton and Foskey, you're able to theoretically experiment around with what kind of 3-tech you can deal with. Wanya Morris comes in. Maybe he's the dude. Maybe he's not the dude. Grab a free agent tackle. Jackson Smith-Jigba speeds up Justin Fields. That would be the hope at the very least. Maybe Corey jumps in. Again, don't know his game. Not going to swear to him. But at the very least, you've got a corner project that you can pick up in the 5th. Or like a corner project that you picked up in the 5th round and you're able to work within that. Like the stream, if you haven't already, if you're enjoying the stream, like I want to see letter grades, people. I want you to tell me what you think. OL still feels weak and would need to be game planned around. Eric, I appreciate, I think I appreciate what you're saying. I think you're probably right. I wanted to see if I could grab a value lineman. I gambled on getting Ricky Stromberg in the 5th round. We did not get Ricky Stromberg in the 5th round, and it reminded me that 4th round tight end is going to come at a cost. Like, maybe you end up needing a completely separate maybe you need a completely separate plan to make sure you get that interior offensive lineman. I think Ji'Ayer Carter. Ji'Ayer Carter. Oh, the existing guard. I don't know. I need to go back and watch his film again. The film I saw looked raw and not ready yet, which, what was I supposed to be surprised about? He wasn't supposed to be ready. Maybe they really like him. We've seen photos of him, but we need to see at least some preseason tape, right? Just because I think the step that people take from like rookie year to sophomore year is a big step. All right, so let's see. What is the ESPN draft simulator? AC, which running back and which corner did you want? Mekhi specifically and a different running back? I like it, Brandon. Let's see. ESPN Draft Sim. Is this the one? Probably is. Go Bears. Let's go another 6-round draft. Let's go normal speed. Let's make a trade. Let's experiment with this theoretical trade that we've heard about from the Steelers. So what is this? 9 and 32 for... So what I have heard, theoretically, what people throw around, is 9 and 53 for 17, 32, and 80. No, it's totally fine, Brandon. Like, it's honestly working that with JSN is as much as an experiment as anything else. Let's see if they take this. And they took it. Okay. So let's see what happens through ESPN's simulator if we trade down to 17. This is the what if trade down, right? So let's pause the draft here. What would have happened in this case is JSN goes at 8. So the Bears are sitting here with what looks like they would take Carter. Okay, so in this point, the idea would be maybe the Steelers came out for Carter. Maybe they gave us more than what I got for him. But like we've talked about on this channel before, I'm going to always try to make as fair a deal as possible just for the sake of it, right? That's the thing, Alex. I think we should use more mocks. The more I've played with the more of these, I think the more mock draft things you use, the more you get away from getting so tied to Mike Renner's opinion that you forget there are different ways the draft could fall. You want to simulate, Alex, draft chaos? Do 5 mock drafts with 5 different simulators because they'll have 5 different boards. So you'll see how viable your strategy really is, right? In this case, looks like in a wild way of making this work, like people get, yeah, no, that's crazy. But so let's see. Like, so we will continue to move. Skoronski, Bijan, Gonzalez. That's another thing. Where is Bijan going to go? I don't think he's going to the Eagles, but Bijan's got to go somewhere. Somebody's going to take Bijan Robinson. So who's it going to be? Let's see. We go Broderick, Nolan, Darnell. Who'd they pick? Jalen Carter falls to 17. ESPN. I'm sitting here with these good people trying to evaluate what's realistic, and you're giving me Jalen Carter at 17. Yeah, I'm taking Jalen Carter at 17. All right, sure. Quentin Johnston went before us. Paris Johnson, Kalijah Cansey, Brian Branch, Zay Flowers, Keely Ringo, overdraft in my opinion, Brian Brissy, Darnell Washington. What did they pick? How do I go back into my pick? They took Will McDonald, meaning this is very easy because what we're going to do is we're just going to take Anton Harrison. Like, let's see. Jordan Addison's on the board. I would think about it, right? Let's talk through this situation. This is the one I wanted to walk through. Like, I used to be in theater. Does that surprise you, FA? Like, I can give you an evil laugh if you need one. But so, like, I'm thinking about Jordan Addison because that adds some serious juice to your receiver room. I think Jordan Addison is basically a juiced up Darnell Mooney. I think JSN is much less redundant than, or like within the Bears receiver room than Darnell Mooney is. But when a player of that caliber falls a little further than you anticipated, you got to at least think about it. So Jahmyr Gibbs is another one that we've talked about enough. Emmanuel Forbes is a freaking stud. Felix Anudike-Uzomah is a very, very good player, but we already took Jalen Carter, so I am going to do the seesaw thing where we go, we went defense, now we go offense. And the question becomes, is there anybody more valuable at this pick than Anton Harrison is? I am going to be very interested to see where they have where on earth they have Matt Bergeron down at 66. See, difference of opinion is good. I think Matt Bergeron is a top second round player. Like, not because that's where I have the grade on him, but because the positional value part of tackle is always going to raise you up, in my opinion. Cam Smith, criminal to have him at 58. I think he's one of the best corners in the class. Like, we may get some good players here. We're going to take Anton Harrison. I have no issue with this. And he is going to probably play... He's probably going to play the right side. But maybe he plays the left. So Jahmyr Gibbs, Hendon... We're taking Hendon Hooker. Julius Brents, 41. Bergeron, 42. Okay, so the simulator knows what's going on then. Forbes falls to 43. That's really nice value there. Man, I wish I'd made this even slower. Let's see. The Steelers took DJ Turner. Tippmann goes after that. Keanu Benton. Let's see the board. So Jacqueline Roy goes right there. Like, I hope they don't mean... No, they don't. Let's see. Mock, Adebaware. Sidney Brown there would be sweet. Let's see. Brents, Bergeron. Have they not... Tyree Stevenson's still here. He's sweet. Let's see. Josh Downs is on the board. It'd be interesting, but I can't do it. At least reasonably. Let's see. We've got... Foskey is an interesting name, but I don't think we have to go there just yet, so to speak. Let's see. Riley Moss, Rashee Rice, Ji'Ayer Brown, Dan Henley. Jaden Reed is a stud. I'll take a risk on him falling a little further. Don't really like Clark Phillips. Don't see how he survives in the NFL. Ricky Stromberg down there at 99. Okay. All right, I have downloaded all of my options. I am now making my selection as the computer that I am. BJ Ojulari is interesting. I am worried about the testing thing. I think Foskey makes a lot of sense here. I'm going to go with Tyreek Stevenson. Shore up the back seven. I think he's a stud. Senior Bowl, he looked like a first round talent. I need to actually watch some more Miami footage because the only Miami All-22 I have is 2021. So I'll have to find a way to see some like 2022 footage of him. But whenever you get to see these guys play in person, I mean, he showed so well in the first 2 days that he took the third day off. And he really was dominant against those guys. I believe in this kid. I think he could easily slide in his CB2. I don't know if he's going to ever challenge for CB1, but you need two good corners. And so with him in the board, or like with him there, I feel really confident. Jaden Reed goes immediately and makes me feel bad about myself. Because he was somebody I was hoping we might steal later. So Jaden Reed and Josh Downs immediately off the board. That's fine. We'll live with this. So let's make our pick. I feel like Foskey is really, really good value here. There are a lot of people that are looking at Derek Hall, and I think Derek Hall makes a lot of sense. Don't get me wrong. But if you want to talk about... Everybody likes to talk about Derek Hall. And every time they talk about Derek Hall, I point at his weight. It's like the point. What is that whole meme? Like, don't make me point at the sign. He's 254. He's playing 3-4 outside linebacker. Like, he's a really, really, really good athlete. I mean, does the 40 times speak for itself, or do you need to see the broad jump while you're at it? Like, at Auburn, he is disruptive as all get out, but he's not a finisher. And it's not that I necessarily think Foskey is some crazy finisher. It's that Foskey weighs 268. Foskey plays more of a true one-gap defensive end style, fits the system a little bit better, still adds some speed rush to create some chaos with Jalen Carter. I think Foskey's the best value you're going to get here. It's going to be tough to find an end defender, or like an edge defender, that plays better than him later in the draft, and I don't even know if he's going to play all that well in the draft. But now we've got a little bit of a weight down to 80, where if we get my way of it, here we go. What did they pick? Colby Wooten, make pick. Man, Antonio Johnston falls. Zach Charbonnet falls and absolutely tempts the snot out of me. Ji'Ayer Brown rules. I'll not stop talking about how he is my guy. Rashee Rice is interesting, but actually, to quote New Poster on something like this, I don't think you need to. Like, I don't think you need to spend on somebody like Rashee Rice, even at pick number 80, knowing that you have Mooney and Claypool, at least for now. I think you need a high-class receiver, or you need a role player. And while Rashee might be that role player, maybe, I don't think it's as clear-cut as maybe you might want it to be. I think Whippler makes a lot of sense here. So now you'll have Anton Harrison, you'll have Luke Whippler, who can learn and play center. I think Whippler, I don't know if he will be the better player than Ricky Stromberg eventually, but I think Whippler will at least start better. And it's kind of fun that I think him and Fields cross paths. So neat, considering that you're trying to train up your next center anyways. So we're going to draft Luke Whippler at pick number 80. And then we've got not that long a wait until pick 130 something, or I think it's 103. So Javon Dexter, Zach Harrison around the 80s makes all the sense in the world. Jalen Duncan finally off the board. Jacorian Bennett. It's a completely different board, which I really like, because seriously, you can get so trained on what you can and can't get away with within PFF that you just don't. You don't have to test anything. I'm telling you right now, if I'm actually the Bears in this situation, I very seriously think about either Isaiah McGuire is interesting based on what I have heard. Rezjon Wright is an interesting option, except we already drafted corner. Ji'Ayer Brown is too good a player to let fall this far. I mean, this would be me taking best player available. This is a player I really believe in. His coverage instincts are outstanding. If you put him in camp, he might beat out Brisker. They would never play him over Brisker, but he might beat out Brisker. I'll tell you right now, one interesting thought would be that Ji'Ayer Brown theoretically might take over your free safety position next year and allow you, as silly as it sounds, to get ready for life without my favorite Bear, Eddie Jackson, which is crazy, but you got to think like that sometimes. So taking a look further down the board, because we can cheat, let's filter by tight end position. So who is still on the board? The answer is not that many people. So Payne Durham will come off one. This is a much more sensible board as far as tight ends go, to be honest with you. I think the other board is frankly like way too forgiving that some of these players will fall. Let's see. Where did the tight ends go in this? We've got Tucker Kraft went at 68. Sam Laporta went at 58. Strange went at 50. Musgrave went at 39. Another Eddie Jackson injury could be the deal breaker. I mean, I feel like I have to do it. Shuney went literally right before me, which is a knife to the heart. You have to play the board. You have to go with where your value is. And I'll tell you, unfortunately, my value right now is... Did Will Mallory already get drafted? No, he's in like the 150-ish region. That works. I'm taking Ji'Ayer Brown. Like, to me, this is best player available. To me, this is a guy that can start for you in the future and play. Like, I think you could win an All-Pro. Like, I really think Ji'Ayer Brown can be that dude. Like, you got to make a bold claim once or twice in your life, right? Zach Pickens would have been another really interesting option. Dadgum, the Jets taking Will Mallory from me, because he would have been an extremely interesting option, I think, at tight end, and he was one that I was looking at. Like, I still want one of my tight end boys, but now that apparently it's specifically Mike Renner that hates tight ends. That's okay. I guess good to know. But so, let's see. Tight end, we lost Mallory, which sucks. I might take Latu, but I feel like I'd be reaching on him right now. Like, let's see. I like the board. The sim is simple. Like, let's see. You got to get out of here. What do I think of Joey Porter at 17 to play with Brisker? I think Porter rules, Alex. I think you are talking to one of the only people, apparently, that thinks that the Bears are just not in position to prioritize corner. I think that they need a corner, to be blunt with you, Alex. Maybe not need, but a corner would be really helpful, as we don't know what the Bears are or aren't going to do with Jalen Johnson. But I don't think they specifically need a first-round corner. And there's just a few too many positions that I see as demonstrably valuable that they need to prioritize for me to really get hip with like taking a corner in round one. Sweet player. But I think you're going to convince me every time that unless Jalen Carter, Jackson Smith-Jigba, all four tackles are off the board, I don't want a corner. Like, and if there's a market for a trade down, I'm interested to get one of those six. That's where I'm at right now. And then before corner, Van Ness, Murphy, like Nolan Smith, I don't know, pick your edge rusher, right? Like, to me, it's not that corner is unimportant. It's that the Bears have CB1, even if he's oft injured. Like, they need a CB2. And ideally, obviously, you want two flat good corners. But I think corner ends up being a harder position to evaluate in the first round than people think it is. Anyways, GM's got to, like, the timer's running out. GM's got to make his pick. So let me take a look here. Move on to get some center help. DeMarvion Overshown would be interesting if literally just for camp stuff. Eric Gray really interests me here. May take him. Moro Ajomo's another one. Because Moro Ajomo could theoretically play inside based on what I know him to do. Zach Evans is an interesting runner, though nothing bank breaking. Ji'Ayer Hutchinson is a very interesting little receiver that has, I don't want to call it so-so tape. That's not fair, but he's fine. He's just nothing. He's not mind blowing. I'm actually going to probably take, I think Charlie Jones is a really interesting player. He's wickedly fast. And if he's actually available to me here, I feel like he's good, the kind of guy that could play special teams for me. He adds to a receiver room that could use an extra body. Let's see, they can walk away from any singular player. You have to give me one player. Like, I don't get to pick the slot. It's probably Carter. Boring, but he's the guy who I think is one of the best flat players in the draft. Jordan. If I'm picking a my guy, it's probably Smith-Jigba, but that's me sticking to guns. Yeah, exactly, Mondo. Like I think Charlie Gray can separate. Like not Charlie Gray, Charlie Jones. We got to move on with the draft. Jordan, I'll tell you that there's a lot of players that I'm very pliable for. Let's see, 136. I feel like this is where a running back pick makes a little bit more sense than others, and I think Eric Gray is a really fun option. This is a 3-down back that I am not as schooled with running backs as I should be. So there may be some draft guys that are like, oh my goodness, I can't believe you're leaving Hingus McDingus on the, whoa, I'm not trying to dunk on Ji'Ayer. Like that's the thing. I think Ji'Ayer is a hidden talent because he didn't blow a lot of people away, Jordan. Like his 2021 tape, especially with, that's the thing. Like, it's not that I'm trying to make it defend one way or another. It's more like I don't think Ji'Ayer Hutchinson. Okay, no, this is the way I'd put it, Jordan. In one-on-one settings, Jaden Reed is a dog. Why? Because he's a dog, right? In one-on-one settings, Michael Wilson will beat you because he's big and he's pretty fast for his size. In one-on-one settings, Ji'Ayer Hutchinson may not beat you, right, Jordan? But is football played one-on-one? No. Football's played 11-on-11. And I think Ji'Ayer Hutchinson does a really special job manipulating space and basically gaming, right? Like, for me, it's interesting when I look at somebody like Ji'Ayer Hutchinson because I think he's exactly the kind of player that goes in the 5th round and then he gets to camp and immediately asserts himself. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like he shows up in an NFL camp and people go, why do we think so hard? And he ends up basically being the Khalil Shakir of like this next year's class. At least that's how I see it. See, Anderson or Skoronski. For me, the problem with Skoronski's opportunity cost. It is. Like, believe it or not, some of this is because you have won me back to the Tevin Jenkins brigade. And so, as I am on Tevin Jenkins and Nate Davis, I don't think Skoronski makes any sense. And I know you want to kick Tevin Jenkins to right tackle. I don't think that helps Tevin. Like, I actually think that kicks Tevin off the team because I think you'd look to trade him halfway through a really good guard season. But moving on, just as the board falls so that we can finish this draft and technically grade it, I think that Jenkins' next season gives him a real opportunity to play his way into a solid contract with the Bears. We'll have to see, but call it a feeling. Let's see. The Bears actually may get to this point, and I'm going to give him Moro Ajarmo for another body on the defensive line because I think Moro's a really solid player. Especially now that we're at pick 148. But let's see. Is there anybody that I'm like missing? Latu's interesting. Might have to pass on a tight end for this purpose. I want a tight end. Easy to add bodies in the defensive line, sort of. got to eventually add some bodies at tight end and get people in the cooker. So I'm going to add Latu. It's later than I want to. I got punished for trying to wait too long. But between Payne Durham and Cameron Latu, I do think you get better value. It's not just me picking the higher number per se. And technically, Latu plays a different style than somebody like Payne Durham, who is going to be a little bit more contested catch specialist. I think Durham's going to play well for somebody. It's just not going to be Chicago. So we'll draft him. And then we'll see if I can, let's see, grade the draft. Carter, Harrison, Stevenson, Foskey, Whippler, Ji'Ayer Brown, Charlie Jones, Eric Gray, and Cameron Latu. First 6 rounds. We're not doing 7th round draft because that's where I'm literally just gonna look at you guys and go, I have no idea. I think DeVarvion Overshown this low surprises me. I don't know what they're hearing. I think Overshown's a really solid player. Like at the very least, I think he's got a really interesting toolkit to develop as a coverage based linebacker. Which could be an awful lot of fun. I think Ji'Ayer Brown is the most intriguing. Well, no, it's not. Let's be honest. The most intriguing piece of this is the fact that Jalen Carter fell to the 17th overall pick, which is just like lol worthy. If the Bears actually pulled off this draft, I would be, look, everybody does their mock drafts and then they go, I would dance in the street, right? But I mean, what on earth? I can't believe that this actually happened. I'm going to post this. Let's go. I mean, it has to, right, Brandon? I'll tell you, John, are you bringing up the Bo Callahan argument? The why does he there must be something wrong with him that we missed because why did he fall? Right? I love it. I love it, honestly. Like, personal opinion, I mean, I don't think that there's any way this is happening. It's silly. Like, let's see. Chance available at pick 26%. What do they think is happening here? Like, it almost makes me want to just like force Carter into the top 5 because I think that this gets a lot more interesting, to be honest with you, when Carter's not the choice, right? Like, we went through a couple of scenarios there, but like, I mean, I don't know. If anything, this would just be crazy. I mean, because Brandon, you're talking about a potential top 5. You're talking about, let's see, did I do it right? I did it wrong, as a matter of fact. You're getting a potential top 5 3 tech. You're getting a potential top 15 tackle, which that's a low bar, right? You're getting a top, let's say top 25 corner, especially for the scheme fit. You're getting probably like a B grade DE. I'm going to downgrade it to a B minus. Love it. Whippler is a check mark center. Sometimes I feel like this stuff's pass fail, but probably getting like a B grade overall center, and you got him at pick number 80 for free. Ji'Ayer Brown, I think, has a legitimate option. Like, he is a developmental safety, but I mean, I'm going to put my box around him and say I think he can be an A minus, like, safety, like really, really good safety. Whatever you think of Eddie Jackson, pretty much that. Who, ironically, also got in the 4th round. Charlie Jones, Eric Gray, Cameron Latu, all these guys are lottery picks. I mean, they are like, maybe Charlie Jones has the ism. Like, maybe Eric Gray brings that warrior battalion attitude, though he's a little slow through the hole, so maybe the Bears wouldn't want him. Honestly, that's very possible that the Bears wouldn't want him, but I think he's at least versatile in the passing game. Cameron Latu is intriguing at that tight end position. Maybe it does work. Maybe it doesn't work. Hard to tell. But let's see. Oh, wow. They have Charlie Jones as very available. Like, I need to watch Brandon Joseph for that reason, Jordan. But this, like, to me, if this is the draft that the Bears end up with, I'm not about to call it franchise changing. Like, that would just be way too, what's the word? Like, high on myself, I guess. But I do think if somehow Jalen Carter fell to 17, you also get OT, corner, like a DE of any worth at all, a decent center, like a very, very good center, like you get a good defensive back, and then you get 3 offensive players plus like the 7th rounders that are very solid. Like, it's neat. It's really cool. We'll see. We could do more. I think at this point, guys, look, I don't think we're drafted out. Like, I certainly have some more evals that I want to do, but we're just going to have to see how this goes. I mean, the Bears have an extremely interesting week ahead of them, so strap in, because the clock's going to strike midnight here in 5 minutes, and when it does, we will be 8 days away from the draft, which will be awesome. Either way, look, the Bears come out better. Even this one, let's see, do I still have it up? Even this draft makes the Bears quite a bit better. But this draft right here makes them very good. Like, you get a couple things falling your way with this draft, with a couple more camp cuts that help you out, and you're pushing playoffs, which you probably should do. I think a trade down helps the Bears a lot. I think it's a risk worth taking. Let's put it that way. I think if you manage to do a trade down, here, we'll do one more. Just to show this, right? Because this is really all I think I care about. Like, we're literally going to do 2-round mock draft. We're going to go enter draft. We're going to select a team to trade with. We're going to do the Magic Pittsburgh trade. No. We're going to offer the trade. Oh, look at that. They took it. Right, and we're going to see what's available at 17. Carter's gone. Gonzalez is gone. Paris. According to this, you get Darnell Wright, which I think is great. Like, we'll just speed read the draft, because why not? Like, I should go the other way just to show you the unique win of. So for me, the problem is that if you're trading with the Rams to come up to 36, I personally think, where's Kincaid? Where? Or did you ask for Kincaid there? Oh, he went at 18. No, I get you. Man, if Nolan Smith fell to 32, how do I pass on that? I mean, I don't think he fits at all. I actually think the Bears might take Emmanuel Forbes in this case. I might have to take Emmanuel Forbes in this case. Like, that's the thing, though. Like, Jordan. Okay, Jordan, here's the problem that I have with this, okay? I get what you're saying, because if you pick at 9, first of all, I think there's one guy that's worth picking at 9 for. One. His name's Jalen Carter. So if you pick Carter, you're probably trading up in 36 to get, like, Matt Bergeron, something like that, which is fine. But at that point, you got another 2-guy draft class. Like, you go from... We have, I guess, in theory, you get 53, so now it's a 3-man draft class, but I think you lose that ability to build quality depth on the roster. Like, I get what you're saying. It is a way to win, but I think the Bears aren't 3 players away. I don't think they're 4 players away. I think they're like 12 players away. And so, me personally, I'm not about to say it would break my heart or bum me out, but... it would be bizarre. Here's a pick nobody may see coming. I wonder if the Bears in this setting, looking at it again, would want Mazzy Smith. Like, uh, you're right, Jordan. I mean, it's an interesting way to look at it. I just think the Bears need picks like that Dickens. Interestingly enough, we have 12 trade back options, which, I mean, what can you even get for that kind of thing? Like, 94% chance to just grab pick 100. Intriguing. Maybe the Bears go back like a little bit. We take DeJuan Jones. I'm kidding. We already drafted a tackle. If I'm the Bears here, I would probably draft Mazzy. Like, Mazzy's not my absolute favorite player, but he's a guy that is basically a very juiced up version of Benton. Like, you're talking about a 1-tech that moves like a 3-tech. I mean, he's fast. He's got active hands. When he wins with force and power. He's fun to watch. I mean, he really is. And I think Felix is interesting. I actually think Felix is being pushed a little too high up boards. I think people love with Felix and Adike Uzoma his bend. I think they love his varied arsenal of pass rush moves. And I think that they are missing out on the opportunity to, I don't know. They're basically, to me, they're looking past a slow first step. They're looking past so run defense. Like, he's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but he might not be as good as I think people are making him out to be. Jordan, at 36 of those groups, I would, if I get to pick, the difference between Cam Smith and Brents is quite major to me. Let's see, who would we take there at DL? If you can get Mazzy at 36, I mean, it's definitely interesting, right? The question is Mazzy Smith better than, let's see, the 9 neighborhood isn't nicer than the 15 to 20. That's, yeah, it's a whole thing. Like, there's a lot to it. But I also, John, I don't disagree that, like, part of it is thought exercises. It's simulations, right? It's taking a look at things from another angle. And just because I stick with my current angle doesn't mean anything specific. So let's see. We go Mazzy, Nolan's off the board, Forbes is off the board, immediately all of them. Like, that's the thing. Like, let's see. Is if you have 33 also. Yeah, Nolan and Mazzy would be nasty. The funny thing is like, let's see, who'd we get here? So Tippmann went just before us. Bummer. Did we trade? Oh, yeah, we did trade 53. So now we have 61. We can take, we got a couple of options here. Just want to make sure I at least see everything. We took our 3-tech. We could take Thule if we thought that he was an edge defender. I don't think he's going to be a particularly good edge defender. Here at 61, I think they take Julius Brents. You come out of the top 2 rounds with Kraft would be fantastic. I think if you got Darnell, Mazzy, and Julius, and then you pick 2 plays later, right? Let's see. Oli C, is he available? Which Oli? Like, is there a center named Oli something? But I think you trade back, you'd be like, I think that there's a lot of options. Doesn't have to be at 17. I think when you trade back, you get out of this weird 9 spot and into a really, really nice zone to be in. Taking a look at this specifically, like, at least PFF has that as the receiver edge defender, or the receiver edge defender tackle heavy region, and I think it's a great spot to be. Like, I'm excited. Draft should be fun, guys. Draft should be really fun. Perfect. Let's go ahead and call it there. So I will go ahead and cut us off. You guys are great. Time to get some sleep, chill out, get some rest, watch some draft tape, get hype. Bears draft next week. Hey, if you want to follow what I'm doing, I would really appreciate it. I'll keep you guys posted. So I'm going to be with the John Boy Media crew next week. We're going to do a bunch of different draft stuff. It'll cover the entire NFL as well as the Bears. It's not just going to be NYG. That's the hope anyways, Jordan, is that they're not going to con me into just doing Giants draft talk. I'm sure everything, kind of like if we did a Bears draft show, not a Bears draft show. If we did a draft show, Jordan, a lot of things would come back to the Bears. It's like with Robert Mays. But I'll let you guys know. It should be a lot of fun as we go through things. And then that'll be me live watching the draft, among others. But so you tune in around the Bears moment and you'll get to see a big old live reaction to the trade down. I'm kidding. The like everything else, but it'll be great. Can't wait to see or to talk to you guys later. You bet, Brandon. Bear down. Thanks so much for bearing with me.